one item from this other guy, I got lucky.
I'm going up.
I was following a shoe, and he had a really nice tie down he gave me, and he lived right there in Idaho Springs. He said, I dropped my fucking bike probably about 3 years ago right on I-70, man. He goes, my entire hitch snake snapped in half, though. I mean, the bike, the hitch, everything fucking dropped right on the ground.
Wow.
Lowe's has you covered during our Memorial.
Yeah, you got to be happy when you get lucky like that, and almost because it makes you smarter.
Including the best brands to fit your style.
Oh, fuck yeah, it makes you smarter. I will never use a tie-down from Harbor Freight again, man. Ever. In fact, I'm going to buy a couple really heavy-duty ones at the Napa up here.
What? So did it break on the way up?
Yeah.
What happened?
There's a lot of shit there.
The mechanism let loose.
Do you hear me all right, guys?
Holding something down on the highway, but if it's like something like that, I'm telling you, don't get it at Harbor Freight.
Yeah.
on DirecTV, Xfinity, Dish,
Yeah.
Spectrum, Optimum, Cox, Fios, Ubers, Suddenlink, MediaCom.
So it just slipped out of there, huh?
Check
Just.
your channel guide. Find out why everyone is talking
No,
about
you know how they rack it, right?
Yep, that's what I'm saying. It slipped out of the rack.
The actual
traditional techniques that last.
You're kidding.
303-424-4441
All of them?
for advanced mudjacking at
Enough
yahoo.com.
to fucking go off of you're about 5 inches to the knot that I tied.
Wow.
Can make you look younger and feel better. I know because that's what it did for me. Learn more at DenverHairRestoration.com. That's DenverHairRestoration.com. These days, being a small business means navigating uncertainty in a constantly changing situation. So if you're looking for
I guess you got it on sale, huh?
keep you informed daily, visit the iHeartRadio Small Business Crisis Resource. Small business resources to help you get through this, including the latest info on loans, grants, and other forms of relief. You'll also see stories about small businesses making a difference. So let's get through this together.
All right, gentlemen, you're on in about 45 seconds.
And that was really good, man. This morning the cop was there, but he was unbelievable.
45 seconds.
So these guys in the morning with some ominous clouds and moving straight down this afternoon, high 81.
My bad.
Okay, Sunday, do check for some rain and cooler. $100 for starter parts are going to remember.
These are challenging times, and Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is prepared to help. If you need mortgage assistance, contact their team 24/7
Oh,
at
okay.
RocketMortgage.com.
Did you buy a bunch of food from them?
The team
And
at Rocket Mortgage is with you. Visit RocketMortgage.com.
Dude, they're wiped out up here, man. They had hamburgers. I mean, we brought out most stuff, but they're pretty wiped out, man. They had a little toilet paper. They had 0 Kleenex or tissues last night. They had a couple boxes this morning.
really?
Yeah. No Lysol, none of that kind of shit.
Taking a break for the holiday weekend.
Their meat department just wiped the fuck out. Some of the hamburgers and some pork chops.
All the time we want to
But
spend
that's
at the
it.
beach,
No
family,
steak, nothing else.
barbecues, outdoor concerts, you name it. And one day those things will be a part of our life again.
He said New York City beaches will be closed for
They
swimming.
went golf.
Other
This place
areas
is
that
so
are
big, they
open
went
beaches
golf
are
carts.
You want me to go on and give a follow-up on
Oh,
this?
really? Wow.
Yeah.
They have outdoors up here.
Reopening some marquee national parks while enforcing
You really like it up here, actually. It's very nice, man.
is
They got
fully
2
reopening today
huge
while Texas
ponds
restaurants can
that they
now
stock
operate
with
at
rainbow
50%
trout, so we're going to
capacity.
go
A
fishing
study
later.
published in the journal Lancet found
Kitchens
no
of fish.
benefit of the drug hydroxychloroquine on COVID-19
Yeah, hopefully you
patients.
can catch some up here, man. We've been to some places. They say they're stocked, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
The
You don't
FBI
see
is
a
now
jump,
opening
you
an
don't see
investigation into
anything.
the death of an EMT in Louisville, Kentucky, shot in her
Being
home
the
by police.
professional
Breonna
fisherman
Taylor's
I am.
mother says
They got to be stocked.
about executing an
And hungry.
Anyone heading into Great Britain is going to have to spend quite a bit of time alone.
Rules the same for overseas visitors and returning Brits alike. Must stay self-isolated for 2 weeks before venturing out.
All right, I'm
Give
going to
it
test
member
here.
Brandon Lewis.
People who come over
I
to
don't
the
want to
United
use this,
Kingdom
do
will
I?
have to do quarantine. A few countries around the world are looking at it or already introduced it. We want to ensure we don't get that second spike. That could be one of the most damaging things for our economy.
Spot checks and premises and large fines for
Does this
non-compliance
sound okay?
are
I'm in
also
the
part
middle
of the new
of
policy.
DFE, man.
Tom Rivers, ABC News, life.
Work is now set to resume next week on the sequel to Avatar. It'll be the first major Hollywood project to restart after the coronavirus shutdown. The movie, being
I can.
produced by ABC's parent company Disney, is being shot in New Zealand. Zachary Quiche, ABC News.
CVS Pharmacy delivers. And right now, to meet the needs of the current health situation, we're offering 1 to 2 day delivery for free. Get prescriptions and other everyday essentials like vitamins, allergy relief, snacks, and more
Your phone?
from your local CVS. We understand you're busy, and this is just one of the ways we can help you to be prepared and stay well. Visit CVS.com or call your local CVS Pharmacy to get started. Restrictions apply. Offer valid on orders with a prescription.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company helps you customize your home insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Unlike things you paid for you didn't need,
I can.
like the Vacnado 2000. A Wi-Fi connected vacuum that uploads dust bunny data to the cloud for real-time optimization.
Oh, it's a nice day.
Doggy chew toy. With Liberty Mutual, get customized home insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. KRFX HD2 Denver.
He's reading.
What's up?
K-How News Time, 10:03.
A new COVID-19 testing site opened.
Mark says, hey, Doc.
Yes. Hey, Mark.
He only answers to, what's up, Doc?
will have the ability to do at least 500 nasal swab tests per day.
You have to register to get a test. You can do that by calling 311 or go to denvergov.org. This Memorial Day weekend, Governor Paul's urging you to wear a mask, and he has another request to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
We're still at the point where we really hope that as many Coloradans as possible.
Yeah, I see a bunch of so the rigs are starting to come in. A couple just came in, and both of them they're pulling their own golf carts, man. They must be like full-timers or some shit.
Oh, so you got a trailer with 2 golf carts on it?
U.S. senators are hoping to get
No, they were 2 different rigs with trailers and
Oh,
golf carts.
gotcha.
One had a Harley and a golf cart. The other one I'm staring at has just a golf cart. I didn't know towing around golf carts was so fucking popular.
Yeah, I know. No, those are hardcore RVers.
This report is sponsored by
Geez, I guess so, man. I guess out in Arizona and those places where there's big places like this, you pretty much have to have a golf course. You gotta have something.
They're pretty heavy too, aren't they, those golf carts?
There is some construction.
The one my parents had, yeah, it is pretty fucking heavy. The battery packs are really massive.
Boulevard with some road work. Denver weather sunny with a high of 82.
Have you ever, so down where my parents live, they all have them decked out, like, you know, they look like little Rolls Royces or Mercedes. They got fucking full enclosures, and some of them have air conditioning.
No way.
It's fucking
Really?
ridiculous.
Wow.
Things are far from business as usual, but the UPS store in Denver and northern Colorado want you to know they're
What are most of them? Electric or
any way they can during these
they are gas? I thought they were like propane.
Decked out ones are gasoline. Although I'm not quite sure if it's more of a generator setup that charges the batteries constantly, or I think it's electric with the generator because they're so quiet. I don't know, but they're definitely gasoline powered, and then most of them though are electric. But the super fancy ones seem to be some kind of hybrid thing.
You sure they're not propane?
Actually, that could be possible. Yeah, maybe. My parents isn't. Theirs is just you know, normal
Electric?
electric. It's light, but it's normal.
Yeah. Those are the quiet ones. But the ones that I've never seen a gasoline. I thought they were propane.
Maybe they are propane.
Consider it done. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors.
We went out, I brought them out, well, we went out to dinner about 10 times, but one time we went kind of in this other community like theirs. It wasn't their community. And in the middle, there's like a mini mall, like the outlet mall. And the weird part is, everything's golf carts. You know, we had the only car there. I mean, everything was golf carts, man.
Hey, how many can those golf carts, the fancy ones, do they got ones that can hold 4 people?
6.
No way.
4 yeah, 2
Thank you.
And that, you know, that reverse.
You gotta turn it.
Oh, okay, I gotta meet you. We're going on.
It's the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. So get your calls in, and we will make a priority to take calls at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I'm going to go right now and do that. And then we will talk about some other stuff, COVID-related or not, doesn't matter. We talk about everything here that affects our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And I hope you know that I'm stuck in the middle with you. So I don't believe one side or the other. I believe both sometimes. Sometimes I don't believe any. Yesterday we hit a nerve when we were talking about face masks. I didn't realize there were so many people opposed to it. Also, I really looked into why there are many, many people that are asymptomatic. And the truth of the matter is, this is the truth of the matter, until we truly know how many people have had this, we will not know how deadly it was or will be. And I'm happy we're getting testing in Colorado. And, of course, the testing issue is the big controversy and the one that they're trying to hang on Trump. And, again, that's the political part of it. If you listen to Biden's speeches, you will see exactly what we said. It is becoming a political issue. This is the best thing that could happen for Democrats in an election year. Now, I'm not saying that they caused it or wanted it. I'm just saying don't let any good disaster or event go without capitalizing on it, and they certainly are. Will, you have an update with Airbnb. Let's talk about this. We were having such a terrible time with Airbnb because people, they were getting refunds from the owners, but Airbnb were taking exorbitant fees saying, hey, you know, we don't have to refund these fees. We made a lot of noise, made some calls. Will, what's going on with your Airbnb?
Tom, good morning.
Hey.
I can tell you that Daphne got results for me, and I got a message yesterday from Airbnb that I will be receiving a refund for the fees that we had discussed yesterday.
Wonderful. Great. No, that was not my dinger, for the record. Somebody else pulled it out without me knowing. And here's the deal. We love it, Will. And, you know, Daph got through to some marketing people or media people, which is good news. So we got to keep that on our files.
And I thank you for that so much. I greatly appreciate all the effort you guys put into.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm glad you're on. I'm glad people are hearing. We do help people each and every day, on and off the air, and we're going to add that to our total. Thank you very much, Will. Thank you, Deputy Daph. And speaking of success, well, I don't know if it's a success, but Deputy Doc has an update. He called. Okay, first of all, this woman called and said she had a boiler put in. And the boiler was put in incorrectly. Not the boiler, but the guy never quoted a new flue system. And she said, you cannot have, she said, she said, you couldn't have this boiler without a new flue system. And as a result, the venting was done wrong. And as a result, here's what happened. She said she had so much moisture in her attic that it caused major damage. And we thought, man, that's crazy. How can that happen? But she said then she had to have all that venting done. But she didn't want him to pay for the venting. She recognized he didn't charge her for that venting. But she wanted him to pay for damages, which are amounting to almost $10,000. Well, at least, over between 7 and 10.
No.
Hold on. You're on now. Go ahead.
It was the new vent was $2,200.
We're not talking about the vent. We're talking about the damage.
And the damages, she said, estimated the damages were about $2,000, but she also wanted another
mitigation, the testing, and all that.
She wanted another $1,600 to pay for the moving and storage of a piano.
Plus, she wanted also them to pay for testing of mold and mitigation of mold. But here's what matters. Not that. What matters is, did the company do something wrong or not? Because she said Infinity put the boiler in and neglected to put in the proper venting. That's the main issue. So, did they neglect to put in the proper venting?
When I spoke to Shane, who is at Infinity, he said that he put it in properly. He did not believe that the venting had to be altered, and that he wasn't charged with putting in new venting, and that if there was a problem, she should have called him, and he was totally unaware of this until I just called him yesterday, but he does not feel responsible. He thinks he did the proper thing, and I guess he said,
said, first of all, even if the vent was wrong, it would never cause that much water.
Correct.
There was another problem, and that might seem logical. We looked up Infinity. They have more than 50 reviews, way more. They have a 5-star rating, and these guys seem to be pretty solid. So, what do you think? Did he sound reasonable?
Yeah, and he also said all she had to do was call him. She never called him to deal with the issue, and since it's a foregone thing now, there's no way that he can go back and find out whether or not he did something wrong. But he thinks he put in the boiler properly, and that he was a little bit miffed that said, why didn't you just call me and tell me what the issue is before letting it go for this long?
Well, she said she noticed rippling in the ceiling. She said she didn't notice it until it was too late. But here's the deal. How serious can venting issues be with that kind of boiler? Did we figure out what kind of boiler it was?
I didn't think it was relevant.
Yeah, we need to figure that out because I want to check to see what he says. I want to know if a wrong venting system could cause that much damage. We're taking him at his word, but we ought to check to see what kind of boiler she had put in to see
I'll
if
give her a call and find out.
Let's figure that out. Ask her the brand name of that boiler. Then let's check with some of our boiler experts. I have one over at Fix It 24/7, and let's see what they say. By the way, realcbdthatworks.com, 25% off. Put Tom in the promo code for Panacea Life Sciences. realcbdthatworks.com. Hey, the immune system has a giant role to play in why some people are asymptomatic. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's talk to Jennifer. And we're taking all of your calls. Tell people if they need help with anything. Unemployment, the loans for the CARES Act, problems with business, opening face masks, if they want to talk about that, or they have a problem with a car deal. Today, of course, is Friday, normally a car day, so we can get our car experts on. Anything you want to do, give us a call. Anything you need help with, give us a call, 303-713-TALK. Jennifer, what's going on with you?
Hi.
Hi.
I was just told to call. I have been diagnosed with a brain mass, slow growth tumors, and then a tumor at the base of my neck.
When did this happen?
Okay, the Monday after Easter, because I couldn't take the throwing up anymore, and I've got facial numbness, unbalance.
I see. So they saw a brain mass. Did you have a MRI done?
Yeah, they did the MRI, and that's when they saw the brain mass.
Were they able to do a biopsy, or is it too far in?
Here's the problem. I mean, they scheduled me for surgery, but on the 8th, the lady from the hospital said if I don't have $5,000 available, then they'll cancel the surgery.
If you don't have $5,000?
Yeah, and so...
Do you have any insurance, Jennifer?
No. My husband does, who's 82. I'm a caregiver for him. My kids, my 5 kids have insurance. They're all taken care of.
Why don't you have insurance?
I spoke to the receptionist again.
How much do you make?
Friday.
How much do you make?
Jennifer, we're trying to ask you some questions here. How much do you make, and why don't you have insurance? Because you would be eligible for Medicaid if you don't have income.
If I leave my husband.
If you you're married.
Yes, I married him. I lost my insurance when I got married to him.
Well, wait a minute. But why didn't he cover you through work?
He's a retired police officer. He's 82. He's hearing impaired. He's legally blind.
But he has insurance for your children.
No. The insurance is through the state. We all had insurance until I married him, and at least the kids have insurance. They have SIP because I pay it once a year.
I think you...
I still don't understand.
I don't either. You're both probably income qualified for Medicaid. Why can't you get Medicaid?
I already applied, and he makes too much. I was told that I don't qualify because he makes too much.
Okay.
What about Medicare?
Why 5,000? Where does the 5,000 come from?
Well, the surgery costs $175,000, and my portion, since I'm self-pay, is 30%, which is $52,659. And the hospital told me that if I didn't have $5,000 by that Monday, when I checked in, they'd cancel it. Well, my oldest
welcome,
son...
let's all sit around and thank Obama right now.
Well, how would that have changed? How would that have changed without Obamacare? How would that have been different?
I have no idea. She's telling me her share is $52,000. I've never heard of insurance like that.
Well, she doesn't have insurance. That's the point. She doesn't have insurance. I mean, with or without Obamacare, she still wouldn't have insurance. Apparently, they decided they can't afford insurance. So how is that why you don't have insurance? You can't afford it, right?
I tried, and it was like $1,600, the Affordable Care Act thing, and so I just paid the $1,500 2 years ago, the fine for not having insurance. And the secretary of the surgeon called me again last Friday, and she said, you need an extra $4,000 for the surgeon, because the surgeon is $8,000. And they already canceled the surgery once, even though I paid $5,000 down, because a friend said the $5,000 is there if you need it. But they went ahead and canceled without telling us.
Because they needed another $4,000 now.
Yeah, now the surgeon needs another $4,000. There's 2 surgeons involved. It's a 12-hour brain surgery that needs to be done. And
how do you plan on paying the balance?
I don't know. I'm trying to just...
Obviously, you don't care, and I don't either. I was just asking. I understand. So you just want to get it done. It's a 12-hour surgery. My goodness. Do they think it's cancer, or doesn't it matter because of where it is?
The problem is we have to have surgery first. There's 2 surgeons. The radiologist has to do an embolization, so he has to take a vein out of my leg the day before and put it through my brain to cut off the blood flow to the slow-growing tumors. Then so I'll be in ICU for 4 hours, and then the next day the brain surgeon has to go in because it's 12-hour brain surgery, and he'll remove everything, and then they send it off to a lab. But we don't know. I mean, we're assuming it's not cancerous, but it affects, I can't walk.
No, I understand. With brain tumors, many times, it doesn't matter if it's cancerous or not. Jennifer, I don't know what we can do, but I'd like to ask... I'd like to ask Integra Insurance if they have any ideas. So hang on.
Got a break soon?
Okay, just hang on. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
How come she's How old is she? She must be under 65.
Tom, you have your order granted in like 30 seconds, so you good?
On high-quality food since 1985, they pride themselves on creating mouth-watering dishes such as their signature Peking duck, grilled...
Why did she marry him, I wonder?
And all white meat sausage chicken. Imperial always uses fresh produce, no MSG, and they cook each dish to satisfy your taste buds, while the sit-down...
All right, 10 seconds, order granted. Sure, here we go.
At 303-698-2800 or ImperialChinese.com. Imperial Chinese Restaurant, 431 South Broadway.
Beautiful new countertops, granite, quartz, or solid stone in 2 weeks after you select your material, and that material will be wholesale if you go through theartofgranite.com. And not only will you not pay a markup on that material or any material, you also will get the tear out and haul away free and the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. All of the mountain communities and Front Range served by theartofgranite.com. Get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
All right, you're clear?
Memorial Day sale for the history books. Acres of Ford Rangers, F-150s, Explorers, Expeditions, and more.
Fucking tired of
discounts up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2019 Ford F-150 trucks. 0% APR financing for 84 months. That's $11.90 per thousand per month. And 3 months paid
seriously, people don't really care about the country. I don't think. Those politicians, they really don't.
The Medved Ford Memorial Day sale, now through May 31st.
And I know you say you don't think they're wishing bad on the country. Absolutely they are.
181 Rent Castle Rock. Shop online at medvedford.com.
Yeah, hey, sir, I hung up on you, sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
This response from Andy, did you talk to him or this is it?
No, I've left. I've called him several times, left 2 messages, and this finally came today.
What is that?
8 a.m.
Okay, but he got, I emailed him.
What about?
I didn't have his email.
What about him, by the way?
He here.
Can you tell me what it's about?
He wants to get off.
Done?
That's what it sounds like. Let me show you.
Okay, so what's the issue then?
He had from 5 years ago.
He had what?
A lady called in about 5 years ago.
But what does that have to do with anything?
He did a roof for her.
Is he on our list still?
Yeah.
But he wants off.
That's a.
Oh, I see. Okay. That doesn't mean he can't. He still has to help, right?
Well, I think the parent. This is what he says. Longman has seen both significant hail damage and wind damage in recent years, which voids warranties. How the hell is that? He's got to say that it was continued.
You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with
I don't know him. Never met him. Never talked to him.
online savings account.
But this seems like a cop-out.
Yeah.
Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs.
We won't even go look at it to see if there was other hail damage.
You can money.
Comparison rate to the 3 largest U.S. banks measured by total.
What do you think on that, Mark?
Well, if he went out and it's additional damage from the
He didn't. Mark. He did not go out. He just said that.
That's what I'm questioning. That's what I'm questioning him right now.
Okay.
If he's saying because I heard there was another storm in that fucking city, her warranty is voided, we're gonna fucking light him up.
I agree.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Right. You think he would at least went out there? I think it's a cop-out.
So watch it today. Come to Urban Lights Memorial Day savings on lighting products. Get 50% off MSRP. Enjoy complimentary design services and the lowest prices from designer brands like Kichler Lighting. Urban Lights is following the recommended CDC.
I mean, he should have went out there even to say if it was something that he had done.
It's the incredible showroom at Urban Lights. Stop by right now off Santa Fe in Mississippi or online at urbanlightsdenver.com.
How do we know he's never been out there?
Memorial Day sale is on.
She said he's never been out there.
This is Dan Capps.
Okay.
For the past 35 years,
I mean, did he send somebody out there?
No, not that I know of. I can give her a call again.
By a truck. Our firm has the real-world results.
I'll call her again.
Hard-earned expertise in trucking cases, and because we take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis, good folks from all walks of life can take advantage of our services. So if you're the victim of a truck crash, give me a call. Happy to show you.
I mean, you could at least give her a call.
770-5551 or hit Dan.
All right, gentlemen, we're back on about 30 seconds.
Survive Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans.
Sunny skies in the morning with some ominous clouds and maybe a stray downpour this afternoon.
Okay, we're going back up here in 30 seconds.
On Sunday, a good chance for some rain.
I'm gonna also BCC you in this, or CC you.
Yeah, either way, thanks.
Mortgage by Quicken Loans is prepared to help. If you need mortgage assistance, contact their team 24/7 and
All right, gentlemen, we are back.
from their home to yours.
Okay, Mark, I'm going to mute you.
Mortgage is with you. Visit rocketmortgage.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you're in financial trouble, remember, winkandwink.com. By the way, a lot of people have been helped by them. And I also want to tell you that SaferNet is there to help you while you're working on your computers. It's a filter. Listen to this. If you have any internet traffic going to and from your phone, your computer, your home computers, your laptop, your tablets, they are vulnerable to attack for ransomware, viruses, malware, anything like that. And now more than ever, we need it. If you're in business, if you do not have a virtual private network, you need one. And SaferNet offers controls where you can control who surfs what, and you'll never get ransomware where they encrypt your files. You'll never get any of those viruses if you use SaferNet the right way. SaferNet.com. You get a 14-day trial and then another extra, I think, extra time, almost like 30 days or more. If you just put in Tom in the promo code, you get a really big trial period. SaferNet.com. I'm trying to look at the exact number of days you get. SaferNet.com. An extra 30 days 45. On top of the... That's right, 44 technically. 14-day trial and an extra 30 days when you put Tom in the promo code. So it's SaferNet.com. All of your information is encrypted. Nothing can be hacked with that. SaferNet.com. Okay, I want to talk to Phil. This is really important, and then we're going to go back to everyone else. But we have Phil Spessart with us, and I need to take him because he's kind enough to come on weekly with us. He is with the Benefits Division of Unemployment Insurance. And that is really important. Now, Phil has been kind enough to answer questions about anything unemployment related. So what I want to ask him, is there anything that he needs to say that is constantly coming up as a misunderstanding, or is there anything going on with unemployment that we should know about to begin with? Then we'll ask him to hold if we have any specific calls. So Phil Spessart, Branch Manager, Benefits Services Division of Unemployment Insurance. First of all, is there anything you want to get out to people that keep coming up as a problem?
Yeah, that's interesting, Tom. So I think one thing is there continues to be confusion for people as to whether they should be filing for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program that was really designed for gig employers, self-employed, strictly because there are a huge number of people in this state who, they don't just work gig employment. They work both the state employment, regular W-2 employment, plus the gig employment. So we continue to have difficulty with folks holding off, waiting to file on the PUA program, when really, as long as they have monetary eligibility for a claim on the state side W-2 employment, the CARES Act requires that they actually file the state unemployment insurance claim. So that continues to be some difficulty for some folks.
So in other words, if they're a W-2 employee, they don't get to file both. If they have a gig on the side plus unemployment, they only get to file one. And if they're W-2, it has to be the state?
Correct. They have to file the state claim first. Now, I know that there are some people wondering, based on the reason they separated from the state employment, perhaps they don't think that they're eligible. Right now, based on some of our processing, and in order to meet the governor's executive order, those claims are paying, and we're processing them as we go along. So I know we've had a caller or two in the past week.
Now, if they qualify for both, if they get the state, they don't get the other one, right? They don't get the federal unemployment.
Correct.
Now, what if they don't qualify for the state for some reason because of their separation or something? Can they then go and collect from the CARES Act unemployment?
Yeah, provided, that the reason that they're not working is within one of the 9 categories that were outlined as qualifying within that pandemic unemployment assistance. So most of the people filing right now, or who have filed those claims, are filing because the pandemic kept them from getting to work, or put them out of work for a while. So those individuals would qualify. So again, we may have some people we're currently paying on the state side, that when we get to it, we should have had them over on the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, and then we'll have to look to get them moved over. So I just wanted to make it clear for some of your folks who wonder, why are you doing it that way? We're doing it that way to try to avoid overpaying these individuals, because I can think of nothing worse, and I know some may disagree, that there would be nothing worse than putting them over there on that plan and then saying, we overpaid you thousands of dollars and you need to pay it back. So those are overpayments under federal law that we cannot get rid of, cannot waive. We must must try to collect them. So there are some individuals that will be paying on the state side right now that will be at a lower rate, and ultimately they should have been on the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. We'll get them moved over there, and then what we would be doing is making up the difference on those claims.
Now,
so
and if they qualify,
they all want to hear.
If they qualify for the state because of their W-2 income, do they automatically get the extra $600, or do they have to apply for that?
No, they do not have to apply for the extra $600. So the extra $600 is added on so long as during any week in which they are eligible to receive some benefit on the state side, then they receive the additional $600. The additional $600 also applies to individuals on that pandemic unemployment assistance.
Okay.
But so long as they were capable of being paid $1 in state benefits or $1 in PUA benefits for those weeks, then they also receive the full $600 through the last week, the last Saturday in July.
All right. Thank you. Hold on, Phil. Thank you. And we've got to take this break. I know you have questions, Mark. We're going to come back to him. Cam, you have a boiler comment. I want to take that quickly because we were wondering, can a boiler cause that much damage from having improper venting if that was the case? Cam?
Yes. How long has this boiler been in?
I think about 6 months.
There's no way, unless the boiler's leaking, that it could cause that.
Well, hold on. The boiler was in the basement. The damage was in the attic. She's claiming the damage came from improper venting, which accumulated in the attic, the moisture.
I just had my boiler changed, and the boiler was in my house. Had been leaking for 2 years because I couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
It was 195,000 BTU. And the house only requires 85,000 BTU on a boiler system.
That's a different problem, the leaking, and I appreciate that, Cam, the comment. She was talking about the venting only. Brian, you have a comment, then we have to take a break, and then back to unemployment and more coming up. Brian, what is your comment?
Hey, so I'm an HVAC professional. I actually own and operate a company here in Colorado Springs.
Yes.
And I'm really having a hard time seeing that this is the fault of the boiler inspector, but there's a few things to find out. You need to know which type of boiler it is. Is it a high efficient or a standard? Did he run a plastic or CPVC or PVC vent, stainless steel or galvanized vent?
Okay, he didn't run any vent at all. He just hooked up to the existing vent.
So what was the existing vent? There's the ticket right there.
All right.
That'll tell you whether he did it right or not.
Okay, the name of it was a Lars Minitherm. A Lars Minitherm. I think that's a high efficiency. And I don't know what the existing venting was that she had to replace. We'll find out and come back right after this.
You're clear. What kind of venting did he hook up to? In other words, was it plastic? Was it metal? What kind was it?
I will find out.
The original venting that he hooked up to, what was it?
So I got your email, good response, and I sent.
Okay, I don't have anything here.
From you and stuff that he's never come out.
What's going on?
Yeah.
We had a problem once before.
He
wasn't responsive once before. He wasn't.
Okay. Roof was done 5 years ago.
Oh. Well, what the hell?
Well, it was warranty. 5 years, I guess. But she's been trying to get a hold of him for the last 2 years.
Well, I don't even know what to say about that. Then you drive out to wherever the fuck is address.
Yeah.
Now it's getting weird.
She said she's been trying to get a hold of him for 2 years. Come on, man. Jesus, people.
And it's like he blocked her, she said. She couldn't leave a message or anything anymore. It's like he blocked her.
So he's out of business.
I don't know. I mean, it sounded like that, but I don't know, Tom. I didn't send that back to him about Thursday.
Is it beautiful up there, Mark?
That's what I was going to look at, River Run.
Do you have your Nico? Do you have Nico?
Oh, yeah.
Does he like it?
Oh, he loves it up here, man. He loves camping.
He loves the motorhome?
Yep.
That's cute.
Here, I'm looking up River Run.
He's pretty good at sticking around, too, man. He's actually pretty amazing on staying right around us and not running around other people right near us.
No upfront fees to pay and no obligation of any kind. So get started now by calling.
They got a huge dog park up here. In fact, they got two, one for little dogs, one for big. He's at that unique time where he can fit into either.
Yeah.
Blake held yesterday for this call and then it fell apart.
I've been watching one guy trying to back his
All right.
golf cart trailer.
Okay, but then tell Chris to hang on for Phil.
He doesn't.
I mean, everything he does jackknifes it. Why he just doesn't take it? It's not a big trailer. You could take it off and move that fucker.
He's probably 75 years old.
They don't look 75. I mean, I really should have just videotaped this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's remarkable.
Videotape what?
The guy backing up trailer. Hey, do you guys got little cabin or wagon things that people stay in? That's what.
That's coming, it says.
There's some near us. Here, I'll send you a text for it.
No, I'm looking up on the website.
Hi, it's Lynn and Michelle, the Sisters for Brothers, and we did it. Brothers once again has been recognized as one of the top places to work in Denver. That nomination comes from our
So
team
Tom,
members.
What?
the other thing she's explained, you know how when you get something that's a little plastic sleeve with instructions, she said he never opened that, and there was a sensor that was supposed to go from the outside to the boiler to somehow regulate the temperature. He never installed that either. So I left a call for him to address those issues, and I left a message for her to call us back.
We don't know what kind of venting there was,
Well,
right?
I just left a message for her to call me back.
She won't know.
And saw a difference right away. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Lots of folks have realized that it really is possible to enjoy spending time at home. But it's not really a staycation without a Wind River Spa. Step into the beautiful, relaxing water.
You can do yoga up there.
Skin the chemicals like with other hot tub brands.
Well, a lot of that shit's not open, man. That's the only problem. This place has more to offer than any place I've ever been. Here, I just sent you two pictures, one of where we are and one looking out from our front door at those weird-looking cabins. They're like kind of modern-looking.
No, I see them on. They kind of cabins. I don't know.
They're like
The
what?
modular things like this.
Loft in them, so I think there's like a master bedroom upstairs.
What do they cost?
They're probably, in fact, they're way smaller than my unit, I would assume.
And we're here.
They look smaller. They look a little wider.
Investments or plans. Reach out to your Baird financial
So
advisor.
They're definitely shorter.
So they have these Conestoga wagons there to.
We're a corona-free zone.
Yeah, those are somewhere. I'm not sure where they are. This whole property is, I mean, I don't know how many acres it is, but it's big, man. It's really big.
These are unprecedented times, which are causing a lot of stress.
Someone's making a lot of money up here. They sell.
Yep, I just looked at it. Yep.
Optima Tax Relief can reduce discretion
Yep.
helping you resolve your tax debt right from the safety of your own home.
Kind of ugly.
No mistake, you don't want to ignore the IRS right now.
Don't you think?
Paycheck and everything you work so hard for. Optima on your
Look, did you see the picture I sent?
Okay, I'll get your picture.
Tax professionals specialize in the fresh start.
I'm looking on the web.
No, I don't think they're ugly.
I'm looking on the website.
Is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for taxpayers across the nation. So
You sure you sent it?
for tax help you need, for tax help you trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Might take a minute because they're pretty big.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Yeah, you should have them.
Okay. Mute.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303. 303-713-8255. Okay, listen, very quickly here, Glenn's got a question about a will, and I want to take him. Then I'm going to go to, I'm going to go back to Phil for a question on unemployment. Go ahead, Glenn, what is your question about a will? I'll bring up Blake Harris from Mile High Estate Planning
troubleshooter.com to listen. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yes, thanks, Tom. We've done our wills, my wife and I, and we have property in 3 states. In Colorado, where we reside most of the year, and then in Georgia, where we reside just part of the year, and then in California. Now, most of the property, or the majority, let's say, is in California. It's rentals. But we did one will, and I'm just wondering, are they going to recognize a Colorado will in those other states?
Okay, so what do you want to do with the will? Who are you leaving everything to?
Well, if my wife and I, if one of us goes first, we leave it to the other. But when we're both gone, we're going to evenly divide it with our 3 kids.
Okay, so Blake, does he need a will in each state? What does he do?
No. Every human being can the most number of wills that any person can have is one. You're not allowed to have any more than one will. You can have multiple trusts. You can have multiple trusts for different purposes, but you're only allowed to have one will. So the will that you sign here is going to be valid in any state. However, if you have property in several states, I highly recommend creating a revocable trust, because a will is a ticket to the probate court. So you're going to have to probate your estate, but having property in several states means you're going to have to do, your children, your beneficiaries will have to do multiple different probates in several different states. It's going to cost a fortune to probate your estate. I highly recommend a revocable trust. It will avoid probate in all these states.
Okay, so if he does a trust and put the properties in a trust, and they are the trustees and beneficiaries, it just passes right through to them without any probate.
Exactly. You can avoid the time and cost delays that go on with probate. And I know you said Colorado and Georgia. Did you say California as well?
Yes, California.
Okay. Definitely do it if you have properties in California. Probate in Georgia, it's not all that terrible. Probate in California is very bad. Colorado falls between Georgia and California in terms of how difficult probate is. It's almost considered malpractice if you are writing wills for people in California without recommending a trust. I highly recommend that you save your beneficiaries a lot of time, money, and headache by creating a revocable living trust. And don't forget funding that trust, transferring your real estate into that trust.
Now, listen, you can do this very quickly, Glenn. Thank you, Glenn, for the call. Just milehighestatePlanning.com, free consultations, 720-924-6171, 720-924-6171, milehighestatePlanning.com. The guy for unemployment, Renee, or woman now. Renee, you have a question for unemployment. Let's bring up Phil Spessart, the branch manager for Benefits Services Division of Unemployment. Go ahead.
Hey, Tom, this is Chris. I don't know if you...
Okay, Chris is fine. Go ahead. You have an unemployment question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted him to help me figure out what I do in my situation. I'm self-employed. I own a window cleaning company. I pay myself a W-2 in the amount of $3,000 a year for estimated tax purposes. And I knew that because...
How do you take the rest of your income? How do you take the rest of your income?
Dividends.
Okay. So, by the way, you know, the IRS could call you undercompensated and penalize you, but I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah,
all right, $3,000 a year you pay yourself. You pay yourself $3,000 in W-2. What is your question?
So he wouldn't qualify.
My question is, I understand. Yes, if it's over $2,500, you qualify.
No, that's 4 or 5 quarters.
Let's ask Phil. Does he, Phil, at $3,000 a year W-2 income, does he qualify for unemployment?
Oh, I'll ask you a couple more questions, Chris, because some of the folks, just because they're taking that W-2 income, does not necessarily mean they've established an unemployment insurance tax account and are paying premiums quarterly. So on it, the $3,000 that you take is W-2 employment. Did you also, at any point in time, register with the state and create an unemployment insurance tax account and report wages quarterly and pay premiums quarterly?
No, because I have no employees.
Okay. All right. So if you do not have an unemployment insurance tax account at this point, and you haven't been paying into unemployment insurance through that, then you would file on that PUA application, Pandemic Unemployment Assistance application, and then that would consider all of your net income. Now, again, I know, as we've said, in general, a W-2 employee would be on the state one, but it would have also required that you had actually had a state unemployment insurance account and been paying in to be on the state program.
I did receive a letter that said there was a claim against the company, and there was a possibility that I might have to pay $1,000 towards that if I claimed unemployment, which I did. So basically, before you guys had the PUA set up on your website, I went in there and I filed for regular unemployment, as I was told on your website to do. So I did that. I qualified for $69 a week, up to $1,000, and then on top of that,
all right. So what's your question? Because we have to. Do you have a question, Chris?
Wait a minute, though. I don't understand. I thought it was $2,500 a quarter for 4 quarters. How did he qualify for anything with $3,000 a year?
No, it's $2,500 total in that 4-quarter period.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So anyway, can we move on? Can we, Chris? Do you have a specific question?
Tom, I do, Tom. Now I'm back to work, so I'm not going to be qualified for the unemployment to take it on my next time around because I am working right now. So my question is, I understand that until the regular unemployment insurance benefits are exhausted, I cannot apply for the PUA. Is that correct?
Yeah, it sounds like since you qualified that you did have an unemployment insurance tax account, at least for W-2 employment. So that's correct. And actually what would happen on the state claim anyways is once you exhaust it.
Got a break soon?
You actually go on yet another extension that they have right now, which is the pandemic emergency unemployment compensation, which would continue at the same rate as the state claim. And that's 13 weeks worth of benefits. Then right now, if that were to completely exhaust at that point, then you would go on the pandemic unemployment assistance program, which is through the other website. I could throw another variable in there that if we trigger onto state extended benefits, you would have to go through your regular state benefits, the PEUC, and then the state extended benefits, exhaust all that before you would qualify to go on to the pandemic unemployment.
All right, we have to take a break. We have 2 more questions coming up. Stick around.
Clear. Nothing this break. You're good.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning.
You there, Mark?
In the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices. Now.
Yeah, hold on.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
Okay, there's cold pizza in there, guys.
Drive on I-25 is free.
Oh, yeah.
Delay. If you are traveling along I-70, you're through the
Well.
metro area. Things look good. And
So did you keep him in line when I left yesterday?
Yeah, barely.
He behaved himself that last hour?
Well, I had to remind him the doc's coming back.
Denver weather is sunny today and a high
Hey,
of
Kate?
82. For Saturday, partly sunny and a high of 81.
Hey, do you know what kind of vent you had in before they changed it? Was it plastic? Was it tin? Was it galvanized steel? Do you have any idea?
69. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin. 630 KHOW.
These are challenging times, and Rocket Mortgage by
Okay,
is prepared.
but what about what about the vent? What kind of venting was it?
24/7 at rocketmortgage.com. From their home to yours, the team at Rocket Mortgage is with you. Visit rocketmortgage.com.
No. We just want to know what kind was that you had in there.
Everything. And here's the kicker. It's all pre-finished. No sanding and finishing. No hassle. Install it and live on it the same day. You can even do it yourself or have them do it for you.
Okay.
Check out their revolutionary products like Pure Genius and the Enhanced collections. You've got 3 decades of experience and you can find out more at
Okay. Okay, that's what we needed. Okay, thank you, Kay. We're working on it.
Tell them you heard about it from Mandy Cole.
Okay.
Imperial Chinese is one of the top restaurants in Denver, serving high-quality food since 1985. They pride themselves on
You know, it cost me $20 yesterday to play golf.
grilled Colorado rack of lamb.
Why? I thought you were free.
Yeah, I lost it to my son, betting.
Oh.
No MSG, and they
Does he give you some?
satisfy your taste buds.
We play from different teams.
Closed, you can still call
Oh, okay.
But
at 303.
he just hits the ball so far, it's ridiculous.
ImperialChinese.com. Imperial Chinese
Hey,
Restaurant, 431 South Broad.
drive for show, putt for
Well, he's
dough.
a good putter too.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
good golfer.
And you know what the thing is, if he hits it 300 yards and it's in the other fairway, all he has is a little wedge shot to the green over the trees. It's no big deal.
Is there not too many traps and stuff?
Yeah, but he's, you know, like I said, if it's in the other fairway, he'll just hit a lob wedge over the trees onto the green because it's so close. But it's fun to watch him play because I get a kick out of it.
No, it's good to see a good golfer there.
So are we just shunning the lady with brain surgery needs?
I don't know. Hey, how much of those houses, your picture even looks worse than the ones on the website.
Hey, what are we getting Integra to ask about her? Dan?
What's that? I'm sorry?
Did we get Integra hooked up with that woman about her insurance? I was in the other room.
No, it's not as far as I know.
That's what we're waiting for.
Here, I think, oh wait, they're on. Integra Insurance is on.
That's what we're waiting for.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark, we didn't shun her. Integra's on. Pick up how much they cost, and then what are your fees and stuff on that.
Don't miss the Memorial Day sale at Urban Lights. Stop by their award-winning 20,000 square foot showroom in Santa Fe, Mississippi, and get the lowest prices from designer brands like Eagle Lighting. Get 50% off MSRP for your lighting fixtures. Urban Lights is open.
Doc, come here. See if you would buy one of these
CDC guidelines. And your safety is a top
as your vacation home.
info, go to urbanlightsdenver.com.
No, I know.
Why
would you buy one of those?
Looks like an RV park.
Yeah. It looks like the internment camps of the Japanese after World War II. Mark? Is he on?
Yeah.
It looks like an internment camp from the Japanese in World War II. I wouldn't buy that for a vacation home. There's not even any green there.
That's an internment camp with golf carts.
Yeah. No, I said that looks like the internment camps that they put the Japanese in.
They sell these. I wouldn't buy one.
No.
They're in a row.
Yeah.
Why would you buy that? Where's the motorhome going?
He sent a picture of it.
Is that him?
That's his. Yeah, that's his motorbike too.
Did the motorcycle come off?
No, just the strap did.
But that's nice. They're out in the open. That's nice, though.
Come on, these?
No, I mean, how long did it take them to get there?
2.5 hours.
It's really cool. You don't want grass around the RV, you morons.
I didn't say anything.
No, the homes. We're talking the homes.
Where is this? Where is it?
You don't want the grass around the home.
Where is it?
Randy.
Those ones that I took a picture of, they're not even done yet. They're all right around the lake.
Don't try to.
And actually, Suzanne's probably right. There probably is going to be grass around all of those.
Well, you just said that you don't want grass.
It's brand new, isn't it?
You don't want them where the RVs go.
It's brand new, right?
Brand new. The construction is the only thing. It's not loud, but man, not even 50% of this thing's done.
This is the bill of sales.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
713-8255. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Genesis for bathrooms, kitchens, basements. Yes, they do inside and out, even though they're called Genesis. TotalExteriors.com. You can trust them to do a great job. I know Mark Szymanski personally. Check him out. And they do siding, windows, gutters, fences, and all of that too. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And, of course, interiors, too. So let's go back. We got some very important questions we want to try to get through here, okay? So an unemployment question from Renee. Go ahead, Renee. And we have Phil with us from the State Unemployment Division. Go ahead, Unemployment Insurance. Renee, what's your question?
Yes, thank you for taking this call.
Yeah.
My question is for my son. He had a claim open from last year, never received a check, never claimed it. But he filed this year because he worked at a wine bar. He filed, and they sent him a PIN. He has 2 PINs. So he went on to use the current PIN, for this year, and he's locked out. He can't do anything with it.
Do you know why?
It just won't let him in with the new PIN for this year.
Why would that be, Phil?
Yeah, there's something with the PIN. We had an issue with PINs early on, so I don't know if there was yet another one requested that didn't get to him. So the way to handle that, Renee, is we can issue him a brand new PIN that should get him locked out, or I can have somebody give him a call to get him set up. So what I would ask you to do specifically is if we leave some of the information with Daphne, then they'll get back to me so I can look specifically at his claim so we can get him fixed up, because if his PIN has locked him out, he probably hasn't been able to file for a while, which means his claim has also closed. So we would need to reopen it and try to fill in some back weeks for him. So if I can get that information, then Daphne will get it to me, and
we'll do that for you, Renee. Hold on, and Daphne will take that information. Thank you, Phil. Kathy, go ahead. What is your question, Kathy? Quickly, please.
Yeah, so I have actually 2 W-2 jobs and 1 1099 job. The primary W-2 job I was furloughed from in March. March 24th was when I got the letter. The W-2 job that's a part-time is less than $2,000 a year, and the 1099 job is also very part-time and like $5,000 a year. So I was furloughed on March 24th, and I was off for a week. They called me back for a project for 3 weeks on the 31st of March. I worked for 3 weeks, and then I converted to an hourly because I was only going to be working 1 or 2 hours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to work at all.
So right now you're just doing hourly.
Right. I'm doing hourly.
How many hours a week?
And I just want to make sure it's like 1 or 2 hours a day. At the most is 2 hours a day.
Would she be eligible for anything, Phil?
Yeah, again, depending on what you earn hourly per day. But if what you're earning gross per week is less than what the weekly benefit amount was on that unemployment claim, you would certainly continue to file because you would be able to receive a reduced weekly benefit amount.
Okay.
And so long as that reduced benefit amount
10 seconds.
Still pays you at least $1, as we talked about, then you would still also qualify for that additional $600.
Now, Kathy, if you have additional questions, hang on. We have to let Phil go, though. Thank you very much, as always.
Hi, it's Lynn and Michelle, the sisters from Brothers. And Brothers once again has been recognized as one of the...
That's awesome having him on.
That nomination comes
Sure
from
is.
team members, and we're so humbled. You guys are the best.
Sure
we need
is.
more employees like that. No, seriously,
Hey.
we need more. Join us at Brothers, and soon you'll be bragging
You know
about
where
us.
Grammy's at here, right, Tom?
and the support you'll get.
Past. I've only been up to Tabernacle.
You mean near Grand Lake?
Yeah. I've only been up to Tabernacle.
That doesn't do it justice, those places.
At Bell and Pollock. I know these guys. They're real. They
I like it.
care about their clients.
I'm going to get a better picture. I'll be right back.
Hey, Mark, find out how much they sell for. No, I just want to see. Just check how much they sell for.
Family like yours.
Really?
No, he's just pulled it out of his butt. I am online, and it doesn't say a price.
With Tom Martino now, Dan Kaplis today at 4, 6:30.
You know, there are a lot of river runs. I've stayed at river runs before.
Oh, are they? Oh, I didn't know that. It says River Run is part of the Sun RV Resort.
Yeah, but there was another, I stayed at another one.
New concerns as states lift more restrictions, including at some beaches in the hardest hit
And they also are associated with Yogi
The
Bear.
National Park Service is also reopening a few
Yeah,
landmark parks.
that's a haul up there.
And the National Park Service has begun reopening some marquee national
He's
parks
wireless
that
right
have
now?
been closed during the
I guess.
coronavirus pandemic. There are concerns over crowds and limited staffing to enforce social distancing during the popular weekend. The agency says it's evaluating how to reopen parks on a case-by-case basis as shelter-in-place orders are lifted.
They get a lot of snow up there.
Able to maintain social
In Granby?
distancing.
Yeah.
Andrew Dimber,
Up there at Winter Park. It's
Washington.
25 minutes from Winter Park. It's cold up there, too, in the wintertime. Cold. There's a Boy Scout resort, or Boy Scout camp. That's where I was.
I'll call you back in a minute.
Okay. Taken the drug. This is ABC News. Texas is moving into the next stage of reopening, with more diners allowed to eat inside restaurants.
Starting today, restaurants can allow their dining rooms to reach 50% of
They got tent camping too.
From 25%.
Anytime we can move in the right direction and increase capacity, that's a good win for our restaurant.
But Emily Williams-Knight, head of the Texas Restaurant Association, says social distancing rules are the problem.
If you've got to keep at least 6 feet between parties, you've really capped people out at 50%, if not less.
She fears that 1 in 3 Texas restaurants might not survive the pandemic. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
San Francisco is joining other U.S. cities in setting up authorized tent cities for the homeless as a way to stop the spread of the coronavirus.
So it's off of I-40. So they probably drive up from, so that's how you go to Grand Lake. So you go up.
That's the only way to get there too, right? Off I-70 to
That's
Winter
what
Park.
I see. Yeah, man, that's a big drive.
I hate
It's a
that
weird drive.
I know. I hate that drive. I used to get kind of sick. You know, the train still runs up to Winter Park.
Is there another way around it? Is there another way to get there? There's no easy way. If you go to Loveland 34, that's terrible. God, there is no way through there except.
So they sell from 99 to 199. Those places there. They range from 705 to 1,800 square feet. The caveat is that the Sun Community is expected to require a monthly lot rent of $500.
What? In addition to owning?
Must be.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Just to live there? I mean, just a vacation?
To live like a Japanese internment person?
Is it done? Is it open all year?
I assume it is. And it's still 25 minutes to Winter Park to skiing. That's not like super close. I certainly wouldn't. I like wherever.
That's Sherry Bell reporting. Governor Bull is asking Coloradans not to gather in groups of more than 10 over the holiday weekend. He says the reality is coronavirus still poses a danger.
About 1 in 300 Coloradans are contagious with coronavirus right now.
Bull says that's also a reason why hand washing and wearing masks are still important. The Suds will not be flowing at the Colorado Convention Center later this year. Great American Beer Festival organizers say their 2020 event will be an online affair due to coronavirus. The festival will also be held in October instead of September. That's the latest. I'm Chad.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by
James,
Rocket
you can
Mortgage.
forget about these fucking beer fests.
Drive on I-25 is free.
Yeah. Oh no, they're having the Denver Beer Fest in October.
Here through the heart of the
I mean, they say. I mean, of course they could change, but it's still set. I tell you what's going to be really is the concerts. Oh, they shut down Hudson Gardens there.
Denver weather, sunny today and a high of 82. For Saturday, partly sunny and a high of 81. And then cooler on Sunday, a high of only 62 and a chance of showers.
Jeez, can you imagine the money lost and all that stuff? Oh.
Colleges are facing a dichotomy here because here's what they have. They have the leftists wanting to be safe, stay home faculty, staff, but they have the greedy bullshit tuition stuff they got to collect.
Yeah, and then so they can do everything online and still collect tuition.
Yeah.
But what about all the people living there and stuff?
Yeah, but I even think they'd have a tough time getting full tuition if they're.
I would say, Tom, but I mean, what are they going to do if that's what it is? And they say the kids still want to go to college. Of course you do. Otherwise, it's not the college experience. Why would you pay that kind of money to do online? That's at the. Even though it'd be cheaper than me and my son. Oh boy.
Learn more at windriverspas.com.
They don't know. People do not know.
Backed by a century of experience. I'm Trish Renner, investment banker at Baird. Since 1919,
They're not going to have a fall break at Notre Dame.
corporations.
They're going to finish the term before Thanksgiving.
Growing your company in markets around the world.
They're not going to have a fall break. Yeah, I heard.
Baird has the expertise.
Yes.
You and Baird.
Hello? Mark? Yeah, no, I can. No, I can now. We're going back on Thursday.
Hold on. I don't know why I can't Bluetooth here.
Hey, those houses say they're not open yet to sell from $99 to $199 plus $500 like an HOA fee.
A month?
Yeah.
Here, I'm sending you a bunch of pictures of them right now. These are really good pictures, inside and out.
This is the Troubleshooter Show.
You're mute.
Solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. This hour brought to you by Real CBD. ThatWorks.com. Enough said, right? I've been touting this stuff because Panacea Life Sciences is simply the truest dosing and best, most scientifically formulated CBD product in all the land, right here in Golden. Just get your supply. Put Tom in the promo code. Get 25% off. I have a bottle right in there, and I took some this morning. RealCBD.ThatWorks.com. Okay. Jennifer doesn't have insurance, and she's married, and her husband is retired, and he has insurance for the kids, or the kids have insurance. What insurance does he have, Jennifer?
Okay, he has VA benefits.
And what's that? Oh, VA, okay. He has VA benefits, but you don't get anything through his insurance, nor do your kids. And he has his own insurance. You can't get insurance. Why? You can't afford it, right?
Well, I have $400 in child support a month, and that's it.
That's your total income?
That's my total income.
How old are your kids?
Okay, there's 5 of them. We had carbon monoxide poisoning December 4th.
You have 5 kids, and do they all live with you?
Yes, currently. They have disabilities because of the carbon monoxide poisoning.
What kind of disabilities?
That we had 2004.
They had brain damage?
Yes.
All 5 of them?
Hours when we were flown by air ambulance.
All 5 of them?
Yeah. Except the youngest, he wasn't born yet, but there was 4 of them.
Are they on SSDI?
I'm sorry. Joel is because my 20-year-old, his IQ was 56.
Okay. So, Jennifer, you have 5 kids living with you with disabilities. They have insurance. You have your husband who is in his 80s, and he has VA. And you have a brain tumor and have no way of doing it because you don't have the money.
Right, a mass and a brain tumor. So there's 2 things going on in my brain.
Isn't the mass the tumor?
No, there's a mass at the top of the head in between the 2 hemispheres, and it's pushing to the right, causing my symptoms. And then there's another tumor. There's a tumor down on my brain stem.
Okay, so you need surgery. Bottom line, you can't pay for it. We asked about Medicaid. Now, Johnny Jones, if somebody's married to someone who is old and on VA benefits, does that mean they don't qualify for Medicaid because he gets benefits? Johnny is with Integra Insurance.
Not necessarily. What is, and if I may ask, what is, well, we don't have to, I guess, talk about that over the here, but no, not necessarily. And are you?
Well, Jennifer, Johnny, ask the question. We don't know who she is. You can ask questions.
I understand. Okay, so approximately, what is your you don't qualify. Is it due to income, household income being above the allowable limit?
How much is the household income?
So for the 4 kids, because they consider my 20-year-old separate. So for the 4 kids, it's like $85,000 a year.
Yeah. Okay. So for a household of
it's his retirement.
So his retirement is more than $85,000 a year?
Around $85,000, $80,000 to $85,000. I'd have to look at the tax returns again.
And so that's why he can afford to keep you and the kids, but you can't afford the insurance because his money is going for the house and all that, right?
Right.
Okay.
And I'm a caregiver of my disabled son plus my husband.
Okay. Johnny, I'm sure you run across people like this all the time. She has kids, they have insurance. She has a husband, he has insurance. She doesn't have any. And she doesn't qualify because of the income.
Right. Well, and we don't, if she hasn't had insurance, we don't have a special enrollment period for her to be able to help her get it right now. That's, and based on that level of income, yes, certainly is not eligible for Medicaid.
What about tax credits, though?
She'd get a ton
Well,
of.
yeah, but she doesn't have a special enrollment period. So we would, so potentially, yes. I mean, their income would fall within the window to be eligible for tax credits to lower her insurance costs, but we wouldn't be able to do anything until 2021, basically, for her. This next open enrollment period for next year's.
She said Obamacare would have cost her $1,500.
You what?
She said Obamacare would have cost her about $1,500 or $1,600, and she paid the penalty instead.
Wait, $1,500 a month? Just for what? How old is she?
I think we misheard her. Jennifer, did you get prices for insurance?
I went and looked on, and the Affordable Care Act, or the Obama, for a family was like $1,600 a month.
For the family.
I paid the $1,500 fine that I got fined for at tax time in 2018. It was easier to do that than pay insurance.
Sure.
Now there is no more fine.
Are you a tax household of? Are you a tax household of 6? So 4 children and 2 adults. Is that your tax household?
Yeah, we file with a CPA.
Okay. So what does that mean, Johnny?
Well, I'm trying to get to, so the windows, right, to be eligible for a tax credit, it shifts based on your tax household size. Like a single individual would be about approximately $18,000 to $49,000 of income. But a household of 6, a tax household of 6, that income, that top level of income to be eligible for a tax credit is much higher. Ultimately, I would.
It wouldn't matter right now because there's no open enrollment. So Jennifer needs surgery, and basically, can she buy a catastrophic plan? But they won't do pre-existing conditions, right?
No. There's nothing that she's going to be able to get that'll do pre-existing conditions. I mean, her best, and I was thinking about CICP, Colorado Indigent Care Program, but I believe their income's higher. Their income is too high for her to be eligible or qualify for that as well. And then the only other option is but I guess if you need brain surgery, there's not going to be a good way an affordable way, but to sit down at like a financing department of a hospital and go through whatever programs they have.
But she needs money down, which she doesn't have. Listen, this is just one that can't be solved. I mean, why don't we just say it like it is? She needs to get on a GoFundMe site and start raising money.
How about if she gets a divorce?
Well, if she's divorced from him, she then becomes eligible for Medicaid, right?
Is that a life-changing thing as well?
Well, you can get a divorce and still live together. It's just a legal thing.
Yeah, I mean, technically she could.
Right. I mean, that would be one way to solve the issue, especially in these extenuating circumstances. She needs a surgery. And
I don't think anybody would fault her for it. If she got a divorce, would she have to wait for open enrollment to get Medicaid?
No.
It would go off of her tax filing status and her income at that point. So, I mean, please leave I'm more than happy to have this conversation also just more direct with her. If she wants to leave.
Let's do that. Let's just do that. We're going to have you call her. And Jennifer, this sounds crazy, but I mean, sometimes there's nothing else you can do. And a divorce would be a life-changing event. You could get Medicaid coverage. All the higher, holier-than-thou people can keep your opinions to yourself. This woman is facing brain tumor and mass. Let's get them hooked up off the air. 303-713-8255. Compass Insurance Group is offering you free insurance checkups. This is very important. What is an insurance checkup? It's an honest-to-God look at what you have and how much you're paying and what you could get in almost every single case. Well, let's say 90% of the time, they're going to save you money. One of the lines of insurance they carry is auto owners. And auto owners, by the way, is a company that wants you to know they use local agents and brokers around the country. And here they use Compass because they want you to have a live local broker. And by the way, auto owners is a wonderful insurance line, which also does not just autos, but homes. And Compass Insurance Group is a great broker. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com, 303-996-9000.
Sorry, I pressed the button, it didn't go. You have your Joe Lazera coming up in 30 seconds.
Enjoy a beautiful new counter. You know, she gets divorced, nothing would change in her life, except that she'd be eligible for Medicaid.
I don't know why she married her.
Well, but that's...
Right, I understand. But I wish they would have asked, nobody asked her age.
All right, Tom.
She's probably in her 50s.
Well, say she's 65, but she's never had either. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're here. Right?
Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney, and I say this every time I do the commercial. I hope you never need him. Here's the truth of the matter. Life doesn't always go perfectly. And if you need someone to fight for you, have Joe by your side. Joseph A. Lazara. You can search him on my referral list at referralist.com. You can also go to his website directly, 2 Z's and 1 R, LazaraLegal.com. 303-429-6200. Whether you get a DUI, shoplifting, assault, or some other crime, Joe will stand by you and go through the best possible options. Even if you were dumb and made a mistake and learned a lesson, in order to get through the system, you truly need an attorney. He does flat rate pricing, which makes it easy to figure out what you can afford, and he doesn't nickel and dime you for each and every call or motion or appearance. So get Joe Lazara on your side, 303-429-6200. And remember, don't drink and drive. It's that easy, huh, for DUIs? 303-429-6200.
You need to go to get the hardwood flooring you want. They have everything. And here's the kicker. It's
yeah.
Man, you see our unemployment numbers here? 11.9.
11.9 what? Million? More?
No, that's our percentage in Colorado. That's a fucking big one, man.
It is a big one, but I thought it was going to...
11.3.
I guess I thought it was going to be higher than that.
The highest rate prior to now was 1976.
Mark, I think you and Dan ought to listen to the interview with
Colbert. Listen to the interview. He said the interview
with
Colbert and Biden.
You know, it was so, oh my God, it was such a blowjob. But here's what I don't understand. If you read the comments, it'll say, you were really tough on him. You know, bravo for not softballing. You got to see, unless you just avoid that shit. Do you avoid that shit because it pisses you off?
No, it's just all fake news. I just don't give a shit. I honestly, God, don't give a shit.
Well, you know, Biden is leading in most of the polls.
I know.
I mean, but he's still just going from his basement. People, if he debates, it's going to be, I don't know.
Doc, did you want that piece?
You can have it, Tom.
I don't want it.
Okay, I'll have it. I'll just eat it cold though, Dan.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't like when it's heated up in the microwave.
Here, this is yours.
Okay.
From designer brands like Kichler Lighting, Urban Lights.
You can just throw that out, not in recycle.
Road safety is their top priority. Experience the incredible showroom at Urban Lights, starting right now off Santa Fe, Mississippi. Online at UrbanLightsDenver.com. The 50% off Memorial Day sale.
You want a fork?
No, I'll just eat it like the New York way.
Navigating uncertainty in a constantly changing situation. So if you're looking for one trusted source that will keep you informed daily, visit the iHeartRadio Small Business Crisis Resource. You can find small business resources.
Dan, can you hear me still?
Yeah, he can. Here, Dan, I'm going to put this over here.
Other forms of relief. You'll also see stories about small businesses making a difference. So let's get through this together. Visit iHeart.com/smallbusiness today. That's iHeart.com/smallbusiness. We understand your
meat free, but
I don't. I just hit the popcorn. I should have said people better go up and not cancel.
I'll tell you who is going to struggle in an election.
What's that?
I'll tell you who is going to struggle in an election is the Republicans after the next one. Once Trump is no longer allowed to run, it's going to be, I don't know, man. He's got a lot of people like me that were moderates. I'm not going to go vote for some religious right fucker.
You remind us of what really keeps this country going. It's not just rising to the
That's why we need a libertarian candidate.
Yeah, but hold on now. But here's the deal.
I never voted for a libertarian either. I might as well throw my vote away, Doc.
But a religious, what you call a religious white fucker, is it depends on the economic policies because they can't do anything socially to curb your rights. It doesn't matter what they personally believe.
Yeah, Mark, I didn't understand.
I would have never voted for Pence in a million years, as an example.
Well, even if he had the policies you like, that's a little racist right there.
Well, it's not racist. It's
Racist? How's that racist?
It's religious.
That wouldn't be racist.
But Mark, really, religious beliefs on people, though, they can't get them through because there's all kinds of constitutional stuff. I mean, that's a protection. Because someone believes something.
Well, you sure wouldn't know that about the Million Woman March we had not long ago.
What do you mean? Million Woman March.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What? What was it about?
reproductive rights.
Oh.
But here's the deal. It's not that the president can change policy, but he can appoint federal. What Trump has done is appoint a huge amount of very conservative federal judges. A huge amount.
Okay, I can look at what Robert said.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
713-8255. We encourage you to call. We'll get to all of your calls, I promise you. And if we don't have the expert available, we will find an expert. Now, Ed, what's going on in your life, Ed? Welcome.
Okay, let me say I've got a daughter that just moved to Kansas City from Colorado Springs. And anyway, prior to that, she graduated from high school in Reno, and the only places she worked were theaters and fast food. Never paid any tax. So anyway, she was involved in youth ministries all those years. And anyway, her husband did work and supported her. And anyway, about 30 years ago, they moved back here from Seattle and they lived in Colorado Springs. And now they moved to Kansas City. And I've talked to them. She says she doesn't qualify for Social Security.
Right.
She's never drawn any income.
Because she's never paid in.
No.
Right. So what's your question?
Well, in other words, is that it? She'll never pay it, so she'll never get anything?
Right. That's right. If you don't pay Social Security, you don't get it. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but I think she would be eligible for some way. For her husband, I think she might have some of his benefit. But listen to this. Workers who don't pay enough, okay? That's it. If you don't have enough credits, you don't get it. And workers who die before age 62 will never get it. Certain divorced spouses don't get it. And workers who retire in foreign countries don't get it. And certain legal immigrants don't get it. And certain government employees don't get it. Self-employed tax evaders don't get it.
But those the government people though are like on something like terror. I mean,
but what I want to know,
similar.
I want to know what happens. Is she eligible for her husband's? And that's a good question. Is he on unemployment right now?
No, he's working.
I think she gets survivor's benefits when he dies if they're married 10 years.
and that's it. And illegals who can come over here and get a bonus of Social Security. Okay.
How long have they been married?
Well, they've been married for 40 years.
Oh yeah, well then she'll get his survivor benefits.
There's something he just said though that's not right. Illegals can't come over and collect Social Security.
No, of course they can't.
Why you think that?
No, they can't.
But that's what he just said.
Yeah,
I
mean
I want him to know that's not right.
Yeah, Ed, that's not true. But thanks for the call. She can go for her husband's benefits, the survivor's benefits. Kathy?
Hey, Tom, how about if a woman's married to two men, so two different husbands, for 10 years apiece? She only receives one, though, right? One spousal.
I don't know how they prorate it, Mark, but here I believe it's the latest husband, and also because I think once you remarry, you negate your previous one. And then the other one is this. It only supplements her Social Security up to 50% of his. That's the way it works usually. Kathy, you say you need a lawyer. What's going on?
Yeah, I want to find out if you have a lawyer, an attorney on the referral list for school issues.
Like what? Give me an example.
My son is a school refuser. I don't know if you've heard that phrase or not.
What is that?
So he has had issues throughout the whole time that he was in school. He's 17 now, including when he was in 4th grade. He was diagnosed with dyslexia, but the school just ignored it and never addressed that. So
a school refuser, why doesn't he just quit? He can quit at 16.
Well, when he started 9th grade, he had a traumatic event at school and started not going to school. He wasn't truant because...
Yeah, but now that he's 17, what difference does it make? Are they coming after him?
Oh, because since 10th grade, 2 years or a year ago, year and a half, the school district took us to court for truancy.
I understand that. But now it's moot. He's 17. What do they want? What do they want? What's the ultimate? Tell me what the ultimate punishment is for someone who now is 17. They can't make him go back. What do they want?
Well, we are going to court next month or in July, and I just want to make sure that I have all my information.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's a good question. He was truant before he was 16. If you're 16, you can quit school. So I don't understand why they're coming after you. I don't know what they want. What do they want? Do they want you to pay something? Is there a fine? What is it punishable by? What does the lawsuit say?
What is
the charge? They want him to finish his either diploma at school or now a GED. They've agreed that he could do a GED. But every time anything comes up from the court or about school, he goes back into, not...
Joseph A. Lazara, that's your answer.
Well, I don't know if he knows about truancy laws. I would love to call him and ask him.
He deals with minors all the time.
I would love to ask about truancy laws. I mean, because I never realized that they can take her to court now that he's 17 and demand that he goes back to school.
It sounds like they're taking the parents to court, not him.
And him. No, he's listed on the suit as well.
You know what? Okay. There is an attorney called Colorado Legal Defense Group. It's S. House Law. I looked it up online, and they deal with truancy. It says Colorado's statute defines the crime of truancy, school truancy. This section requires children to attend school. Juvenile courts can order a child to attend school or can order parents to get the children to school. Breaking this court can lead to criminal charges. My God. Christine stops going to high school. So here's an example. Christine quits going to high school so she can spend more time doing other things. Her school's attendance officer says there's a hearing. And there are legal defenses. And you may have a legal defense here. But I'd love to get this guy on. I mean, we could ask Joe, but I've never heard of Joe.
Can I ask just a regular question? How come you don't make your kid get a GED or something? I mean, why don't you just put him in school?
Or get a GED. What about a GED?
Or do a homeschool. Do anything. Why are you fighting this tooth and nail? The kid needs an education to get a damn job.
He's got a job right now, actually, making $20 an hour.
But you know, Mark, here's the deal, Mark. I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about an issue now of should he be forced to. It's not a matter of whether it's a good idea.
Oh, my God. If you allowed every kid at 14 to do what the hell they wanted, we would have no country. Are you kidding me?
You're not talking about letting a kid do. This is the parents right now. It's the parents. That's what we're talking about. It's ordering parents to order the kid. But here's what I'm saying. She's not talking about whether education is a good idea. That's not even the issue, because there are all kinds of things that are good ideas that you can't force people to do. I mean, you know, you just can't. But truancy is one of them you can, I think. I think you can force kids to go to school to a certain age. I'd like to find out what age that is and what is the ultimate punishment. Daphne, if you could I'm going to send you this link to this law firm because I truly do not believe that he might handle it, but I did not realize that Joe Lazzara, I don't think, covers it. I don't think he does. Maybe he does, but you can ask Joe Lazzara, does he do truancy? And if he does, let's get him on. If not, call this law firm. I just put in the notes section right there, so you'll see it. Hit that link. And then I'd like to discuss it. So hang on, Kathy. This one attorney seems to know a lot about it. Maybe that's what he does. Maybe he defends a lot of people with this. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
It's 17 in Colorado.
Frank Duran as well as Rocky Mountain Retro Foam coming up about a minute. You want to do the same time?
It doesn't make any sense to do it retroactively now that
I agree.
17.
I agree.
I mean, it's crazy.
What's that?
Are they trying to go after him retroactively? So in Colorado, it's 17.
It's 17?
17.
So once he goes back to school when he's 17.
Hey, I didn't put that in. Can you force someone to get a kid to get a GED? Here.
As well as you get up into the foothills and higher elevations with fairly light traffic at this point. There is a crash westbound I-270 at Vasquez, and that is our worst trouble spot. In the weather, sunny today and a high of 82 for
Actually, we kind of had that.
30 seconds, Frank Duran.
He was going to get kicked out of school, so if he missed another day, so he stayed in there.
72. With your impact, traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin. 6:30 now.
These are challenging times, and
sorry, yes, in more seconds.
Just got on him all the time.
If you need mortgage assistance, contact their team 24/7 at
No, but well, Mark, I mean, it's.
Visit rocketmortgage.com.
If the kid's that what it is.
I cannot say enough about Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. First and foremost, Frank has teams to help. They help in so many ways. First of all, they have some that specialize in selling, others that specialize in going out and finding what you want to buy. Then they have people to keep you on deadline. In other words, if there's a deadline for loan, if there's a deadline for inspections, whether you're buying or selling, they manage and keep you in compliance with the contract at all times. They're very proactive, and they list your home and sell it faster and for more money, and they have stats to prove it. Plus, they do not hold you to a long-term contract. You get all of this with Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622. You simply cannot do better than Frank. And the fact that he doesn't hold you to a long-term contract because he knows you will not get the service anywhere else. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Okay, let's talk about energy-efficient homes. First of all, energy efficiency will pay off no matter what. But how do you know how efficient your home is? Right now, Rocky Mountain Retro Foam, they'd love to sell you this retro foam, but that's not an obligation here. They want you to see if your home is energy efficient. So they're doing home energy audits for just $175. That's after your Excel rebate, and other utility companies may have rebates too. So $175 gets you a blower door test and infrared imaging, which shows hot and cold spots. Then you can see drafts and you can see air leakages.
All of this helps you decide what you need to do to make your home more energy efficient. Rocky Mountain Retrofoam will actually give you a list of things you can do to pay off immediately, including foaming your walls. And when you foam your walls with Rocky Mountain Retrofoam, you can get up to 50% savings on energy bills and 80% more quiet. Here's what you do. You can even get rebates after the energy audit to make it cheaper. So call for your energy audit first. 720-676-6333. 720-676-6333.
Ahmet, you're clear. Services partner, fully invested.
So in Colorado, you also got to be 17 and take the GED unless you get a waiver.
Well, they will accept that, so my question, and if they will accept it, why won't he do it? I don't understand that. Why won't he do that?
And I just...
He's fucking retarded. If he's never gone to school, he can't pass it.
So can they force you to do a GED?
No, that's one of the settlements they offer.
No, what they can force you to do is if the kid won't go and the parents are trying to cooperate the best they can. In other words, the kid goes to get on the bus and just simply doesn't do it. Then he gets into the juvie system, and the parents won't be in trouble. These parents are fucking apparently allowing the kid not to go to school.
But Mark, he's 17 now.
Okay, then why is he even in the system, Dan?
Because he started at 50.
Right. So are they going to do it retroactively?
There's no cutting, no stitching, and virtually
I don't know.
Dad, did you try that attorney?
They're going after the kid. I thought they were just going after the parents.
Good.
Again, can you do it retroactively?
I don't know. If I fucking beat the shit out of my kid at 14 and then come after me at 18, I would say yes.
Call 303-989-6500 for a free consultation.
I really do. Ever since I got this paid, it just sucks.
Lots of folks have realized that it really is possible to enjoy spending time at home. But it's not really a staycation without the Wind River Spa. Step into the beautiful, relaxing water, not subjecting your skin to chemicals like with other hot
Yeah.
knowing that Wind River is the only
Send it to me. You never sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
with only American parts. I've experienced the Wind River Spa difference myself, and I believe you'll truly...
You want to bring it up? I'll put it up here.
Customize and price your own, and they'll deliver it to your home with a money-back guarantee. Learn more at windriverspas.com.
Homeschooling is a defense.
Great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal data is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
If you suffer with back pain in downtown Tokyo, we serve you. We're a corona-free zone and are taking all precautions to keep it that way.
With the what level?
24-3. It goes up and down.
Well, he knows all about truancy. I would love to get him on and ask some general questions. This 17-year-old is going to court.
I got you. Can I talk, please?
Sure, Dad.
And I think that she might want to hire him.
This is Todd. Hey, Todd, Dad.
He just sounds very knowledgeable. This is just a full-out, genuine interview.
Gotcha. We'll see if we can.
I think that right is done right. Right? Of course we have, Dan. Okay. So isn't it about time we fire this...
I wonder if you can fish on that one right there.
Back on in about 30 seconds.
For all the folks. What you think?
Where's the...
Let's do it. For those people calling now...
Oh, I sent it to you.
What'd you say?
I sent it to you.
It'll be one of the best offers we've ever made. All right, Todd. Consider it done. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors.
In a second, we're back.
Have our word. We'll treat you right at Thunder. Call soon.
How'd you say it? Oh, there it is.
800-362-2370.
And if he's making $20 an hour right now, okay.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Yes, it's a law in Colorado. You have to have your kids schooled. Now, homeschooling satisfies that rule. But I do have a question, and again, I'm not going to argue philosophy with you. You know, if I feel, hey, kids should go to school, you feel they shouldn't or don't have to, or that's your choice. I'm not going to argue that. This is an issue of crime versus freedom. Is it freedom? Is it crime? Kathy, a quick question though. If they will accept a GED as part of this settlement, why wouldn't you want him to get a GED? Is there something you have against that?
No, he's in a. I have him signed up for a GED program right now.
Well, if you go to the hearing and just tell him that, won't that be enough?
Yes, but we still have to report to the guardian ad litem, and he is not performing on that in the time frame that they think he should be.
Okay, so there was an actual guardian appointed for your son because they felt you were neglect. I mean, they didn't do a cessation of parental rights, did they?
No. They just appointed them or her so that I don't even know why.
Now, why does your kid not go to school? Because of
sure that I wasn't.
Did your kid not go to school because of dyslexia?
After about 5 years of not being able to know or not knowing how to read, it was just too hard for him.
Look,
and then
as someone who overcame dyslexia, I can tell you that's not an excuse for not going to school. I mean, it's something you get over. It's something you deal with.
The first week of 9th grade, he had a teacher come in, a brand new teacher come in, and introduce herself as having gotten a degree in special education. That's why she was, teaching at that school, hired by that school, teaching that class. He took it as special needs, and it destroyed him, and he quit going to school. And I can't tell you why that happened. He had another friend who was in the very same class. His best friend had been in the same IEP classes in middle school, and it didn't happen to him. But my son took it that way, and it was traumatic.
Okay.
And now,
All right.
I mean, to the point that through the whole school year of 9th grade 2 years ago, I went to multiple meetings. We signed multiple attendance.
I understand. Listen, I'm not going to get into your, as I said, I don't want to get into your family stuff. You have a right to feel the way you want. He does. I just was wondering why. And I think now that you have this hearing, you can just say, look, he's getting a GED. But I'd like to try to get this attorney on. There is an attorney that we found. And we don't know this guy. We just found him online. And I think it's the only attorney I know that directly deals with truancy laws. I mean, on his website. I've looked at other websites, and the guy is, it's called Colorado Legal Defense Group, but then up on top it's shouselawcom. You may want to look at that website. We're going to try to get him on and call you back if we can. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Chris, what's going on with you, Chris? Welcome to the show. And we are taking your calls and getting right through them at 303-713-TALK. We love helping people. And, God, we hate talking about COVID, but we will. Anything related to it, and face masks and all of that. There are so many different opinions on it. It's gotten very political, but we will discuss anything you want. Chris, what's going on?
Well, we made a mistake last year, and the first mistake we made was we didn't look on the Tom Martino referral list to find a contractor.
Who did you find to do your concrete work, and what did they do wrong?
Well, we had a driveway built in 1993, and so you can imagine over years it had deteriorated to the point where my wife was looking to replace it. And the neighbors around us had used Creative Concrete and Patio of Elizabeth, so she approached them and said that we park a 17,000-pound trailer on our driveway occasionally, and they said they were familiar with it. They gave her a quote and then told her she had to give them $4,200 up front to do schedule. So she did, and from what I can see on a specification of order sheet here, it was supposed to be 5 inches thick, and they guaranteed her that the driveway wasn't going to crack or deteriorate.
Well, I don't know of anyone in the world who guarantees it will not crack, but in any case, they specified 5 inches. Did they do the concrete or not?
Well, they did the concrete, and they did it in October, and a day or so later it snowed, and on the day they poured it, she asked them, well, are you going to cover that because it's going to get cold? And they told her, no, we don't need to do that. And I travel a lot, and...
well, it snowed. How much did it snow?
Receding.
How much did it snow?
Snow on the driveway. It was a week later.
How much?
Several inches.
A week later shouldn't hurt it.
We're in the
So what happened was where the snow started receding, I noticed an extremely fine crack that went from one end of the driveway to the other, not in an expansion joint. So my wife called the person she deals with at Creative Concrete.
Yeah, here's what I need to know, Chris, really, and this, I'm serious. What's the problem today? I don't need to hear this journey. Honest to God, I know you think I do, but I don't. What's the problem today? You had concrete poured. How long ago was it?
October last year.
Okay, what's wrong with the concrete right now?
It is cracked. It has a crack that's growing from one end of the driveway to the other.
Okay, have you had it looked at by anyone else who does concrete?
Well, that's part of the reason I'm calling you to say, hey,
we need to get this looked at because listen, some concrete cracking is due to it's just due to nature. Some of it is negligence when they installed it. It depends on how big the crack is and where it is and all of that. Is the driveway, I know this sounds a silly question, but is it holding up as far as the surface tension and all of that, or is it crumbling?
No, the surface looks okay, but we're noticing more and more cracks.
More and more big cracks or tiny hairlines?
Excuse me?
Big cracks or tiny hairlines?
They start at very tiny hairlines, and then they start growing.
Okay, give me an idea how thick the biggest crack is.
Not much.
Oh,
very fine.
A 32nd of an inch at the most.
Well, give me an idea. Can you put a quarter in it?
No, you can't yet.
Okay, that may be, listen, I know you don't want to hear this, people don't want to hear this, but perfection doesn't exist in concrete. It does not exist. There are coatings you can put on concrete that make them look beautiful, that expand and contract now, and you'll never have an issue. That's the easiest way to deal with it, but that's at your expense. The guy, I need to know what I want to see your warranty on this concrete, because I don't know of any that would ever warranty against cracking. I just don't. Now, I'm not talking about heaving and big cracks, but I'm talking about hairline cracks. Do you have any photos?
Generally, it says in all the agreements we don't warranty cracks.
Yeah. Can you, unless it's a certain size, like it starts separating big time, do you, and especially if the surface tension is good, and you mentioned it snowed a week later, that doesn't have that's not an issue. The issue is not cold or the issue is the substrate. I don't know what they did. Did you say it snowed the next day?
No, a week later.
A week later. Okay, so therefore, if it snowed a week later, that shouldn't be an issue. The substrate, I don't know what they did to prepare the soil. I don't know if it was fiber or rebar. I don't know what they did as far as that goes. If they had the proper inspections, but it's going to be a difficult battle. Here's what I'm saying to you. It's probably cheaper to have coatings put over it, and it'll last forever and look beautiful, than fighting to have that taken out and redone, because you will get cracking again. I guess I need to see photos as well. If you could do photos that show perspective, not just a blind photo, but a photo with something next to the crack, we would love to see that, and we'll let our experts analyze it. We got more coming up.
You're clear. Nothing is break.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your life.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station.
Did they try to get hold of Zara?
Devices.
I don't know.
Now, impact.
She tried the other attorney.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans.
A bit of a
Let's try Lazare. I'm putting it down there.
We're seeing delay westbound between Quebec to past Vasquez, and that is it for extremely slow traffic. I-25 is up to full speed right now, as is C-470, I-225, and I-70. No problems on I-70 up into the higher elevations either direction. Denver weather, sunny today and a high of 82. For Saturday, partly sunny, a high of 81. But then it drops down to
on
temps on
Facebook
Sunday, cooler, a high of 62 and a chance of showers. Memorial Day Monday, a high of around 65. Currently, it's 72. With your impact traffic and weather.
Got the pictures, Mark.
630 KHOW.
I got those pictures.
Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is prepared to help. If you need mortgage assistance, contact their team 24/7 at rocketmortgage.com.
The houses, how did you could go into them?
Visit
there was a maid in that one. She just let me come in and take some pictures.
Okay.
I like the back deck. There's like a little
I thought I heard
bedroom
say
up top too, or a bed or something.
Like a loft. This was probably a bigger one. Go ahead.
Was it the middle of the freaking desert?
Sure, there's nothing up there but like a big mattress thing.
I don't know. That's not for me. I can see you heard what they're. So I looked up what they're selling. 99 to 199 plus $500 plus $500 a month.
For that?
What do you mean? Size. They go from 900 square feet to 1,800.
Are all the interiors the same?
Yeah. All the interiors.
900. I'm shocked they're actually 900 then.
Okay.
They're following recommended CDC guidelines.
Yeah.
Safety is a top priority. For more info, go to urbanlightsdenver.com.
Yeah, but they count square footage as that loft.
Yeah, plus that loft, exactly what Tom said.
Santa Fe and Mississippi and
Yeah,
Denver.
but that loft is maybe, maybe 8 by 8.
Oh, it's more than 8 by 8. Maybe 10 by 10. That's another 100 square feet.
And more. Enjoy just
it's really tiny, man.
What was that, 15 feet across by, how long do you think it is?
That's $11.90 per thousand per month.
40.
3 months paid.
40.
3 months
Easy.
Sitting on that bathroom.
Medved Ford is out to break all
It's as big as a bathroom because it sits on the bathroom.
The Medved Ford Memorial Day sale.
As big as a what?
Medved Ford. Just
Dad, what is it supposed to be, a retirement community?
No, just for if you wanted a mountain home. Whatever. That's how they're listed.
It's an RV park.
It's a complete ripoff. You know you can build those fucks all day long for 20 grand.
Yeah, but you can't.
But it's where you put it at.
You'll never.
I agree, but man, 100,000 for that, and then 500 or fucking 6,000
You'll never.
500 a month.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, if you build a brand new house, there's a lot. Septic system nowadays, 30 grand easily. Really? Not more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
don't know about up here though. I don't know like Granby if you wanted to buy a little piece of land and do so. I don't know. It's kind of desolate.
Yeah.
Although it's close enough to Winter Park that maybe it is.
Well, it's 25 miles.
I've always wanted to
About
learn
25 miles.
So I decided to give Babbel a try, and I really like the teaching method of the app.
It's not that
Started
close.
with the beginner lesson on Babbel, and soon you're putting words into a conversation. Each lesson takes about 10 to 15 minutes, and they're all really different, which keeps things interesting.
I don't know,
can't
man.
wait to use my Spanish
I would never drop 100,000 on one of these. I'll tell you that.
No, neither would I.
Just go to babbel.com or
You can buy a hell of a fucking used RV that are bigger than these.
These are uncertain
times.
And fucking drive it anywhere you want.
I wonder if you own a little plot then too. I assume you would, right?
You mean, do they feed you the land?
Right.
For those who have been financially affected by the crisis.
Well, I would sure hope so. I mean, what happens if they told you to get out? How are you going to move that thing?
Or if it's like a leased, it could be a leased land, right?
I don't know. 100-year lease.
Right.
You know, they have resorts all over the country. It might even be one of these deals where you can go to other places. I don't know.
Like a timeshare?
Call them 303-795-5900.
Yeah, I don't know.
McDonald Hardwoods is where you need to go to get the hardwood flooring you want.
I don't know. I wouldn't want. It's not for me.
And here's the kicker. It's all pre-finished. No sanding and
These
finishing.
teepee things are weird looking.
You mean the wagons or the teepees? You didn't show a picture of the teepee.
They're not here. So I'm looking at their brochure.
But they got those wagons. They're weird.
I didn't really even see the wagon.
Oh,
I think I saw them on one.
they call them herts, not teepees.
What do they call them?
Herts. No. Yurts.
These guys got places everywhere.
Yurts. You know, they're like round. Are they round?
We are back in about 5.
Yup, it's round.
Talk station.
And kind of flat? Okay.
Yeah, but there's a look to it, yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK,
713-2555. What's happening? What can we do for you? Let's talk. Let's find out what's on your mind. Okay, let's just go to phones. Well, first of all, Michelle has an update she wants to give us, and we talked to Michelle at the beginning of this pandemic, and they were having a rough time of it, trying to do takeout and all that. Michelle's the owner of Stagecoach in Franktown, and I say we love checking in with business. So if you have any business you want to give us an update, call us, and then we'll talk about this concrete also as well coming up. Michelle, what's going on at the Stagecoach in
Tom,
Franktown?
how are you today?
I'm doing great. What's going on?
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm sorry for my last call with you a couple weeks ago. I was very emotional. I've never shut those doors down, and it was hard on me.
Yeah, and I'm hoping you're reopening.
I apologize about that.
Are you reopening?
We have opened for takeout again, and we're doing 12 to 6, and we've got a few menu items, not a lot, but we've got burgers, and we've got pizzas, and we've got chicken fingers. I was part of a meeting I can't really talk about because it was private and it shouldn't be on the radio, but it was Douglas County and a lot of restaurant owners yesterday, and they're all going to open up.
Okay. Now, are you going to open up?
Wait.
You're opening up for seating on Tuesday?
Nope. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until Saturday. My bar, if you remember, Tom, is really a veterans bar. We're really part of, cops and veterans and firefighters.
Yeah.
And so Memorial Day is a big day for us, but we haven't been able to hear from our governor until Tuesday. And so we're going to wait, and we're going to take a deep breath, and we are going to reopen on Saturday. We've got a band in the backyard.
A week from tomorrow.
Yes.
And are you doing any kind of special distancing inside or what?
We're going to do everything. We're going to do special distancing outside, inside. We're offering free masks that one of my neighbors and founders made for us for free. And they're beautiful. And you put a little filter, like a coffee filter in the middle. She did them for free. We're giving them out for free. I told her I would share some money with our local food shelter out here for it. When they're ready for the money, I will do that. And we're just going to try to comply the best we can. It's going to be, yes.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're still able to come back. And feel free, if you have anything else to say, to hang on. Otherwise, feel free to call us back. That's Stagecoach in Franktown. They're open for takeout. They'll reopen a week from tomorrow. We have more on the concrete and other stuff coming up.
Stonecrafters Memorial Week.
You're clear.
Free sink, free tear out, free edging, and prefab slabs as low as $99. First come, first serve. Hurry, the sale ends May 31st. Open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 on the corner of Bryant and 8th Ave or stonecraftersco.com.
These are challenging times.
Yeah.
Mark.
That they're opening up.
That's what she was trying to say. At first it sounded like there's some kind of people going rogue and they were going to all open up or something.
No, they must have had a local meeting and she couldn't talk about that. But they're open up for takeout right now, and what did they say, in a week they're having a band there too.
We need more. Join us at Brothers, and soon you'll be bragging about the benefits, the training, pay, and the support you'll get as you launch into a better career. Call 303-451-5057.
Natalie, this is Ken from the Tom Martino show. Spoke to you yesterday. Like get in touch with DC Health. Just give me a call and let me know what's going on with that. Thank you.
KHOW, Denver, an iHeart radio station.
ABC News, I'm Ariel Reshef. A new poll shows Black and Latino Latino adults are nearly 3 times more likely to know someone who has died from coronavirus than white adults.
30% of black adults and 26% of Latino adults in the United States.
Yeah, but not. I gotta move my son back, so it will be late Sunday.
Among white adults, it was
Getting rid of it.
findings are consistent with data from states.
No. He's staying down here in the summer,
Disproportionate share.
and then he'll go back.
He went into house with friends or something.
He did, but they're done with the house now. They're gonna go do an apartment.
Given hydroxychloroquine to 1,300 veterans with coronavirus.
Then they got the. I sold my piano. I've had my floors done by Big Bear, and so I gotta get this piano moved out of here on Saturday.
A study in the journal Lancet found use of
Yeah, he's good. I like Big Bear.
Yep. Never had a complaint.
Are they just going to sand and restain?
Yep. Yep.
How much was the square foot?
Ah, geez, quite a. God darn it. I'd have to look back on it, but some of it, one part of it's going to be only have to screen it, and the other they got to do a full sander. So
yeah, I know that's what sucks, man. We've got these nice wooden baseboards that match the floor kind of, and that became quite the issue when he came out and looked at ours. He's like, man, screening might work, it might not, I can't guarantee anything, blah, blah.
yeah, I don't know.
I'd still go with him. I'd still have him do it over anybody, but I don't know if I want to go through that entire. I mean, you can't see our entire fucking first floor hardwood. I mean,
Right.
We wouldn't be able to be in that fucking house for so long.
No, not for so long. Just why there is yours oil or is it water? If it's water based, then you can. It's not stink. But mine was already been done with oil, so they got to stay with oil. And so they're doing it over the weekend. That's great. He's doing it over the weekend, so I'm just going up to the cabin.
All of our first responders need your
Yeah, that's cool.
So go to 2020census.gov today. Shape your future.
How long did he tell us ours would take? Do you remember? Our hardwood? Didn't he say 4 or 5 days? Yeah, she had to stand on the whole thing and review everything. I swear to God, he said 4 or 5 days. Or we wouldn't even want to be in the house.
Oh, yeah, you could earn much more interest. And hear this.
Well,
I guess if they just screen it, it's quick.
you could live in your RV there.
You can money.
Comparison made to the 3 largest certified
Yeah, with our kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 cats, 3 dogs, 2 kids, and 2 of us. Yeah, that's what we'll do, Dan.
Right. Come on, suck it up, Buttercup.
I could have the kids just pitch his head.
There. I was going to say that. Have them put a tent in there.
Are contagious with coronavirus right now.
That translates into a 1 in 3 chance someone has it. It's also a reason why hand washing and wearing masks is still important.
Do people got masks around there? Or when you walk around, or what?
That's due in part to safer home restrictions and ask people not to venture too far.
I mean, people camping, they're on their own side. They don't have masks on.
Okay. How about when you went in that one little house there?
I didn't go in it, but there's not a lot of people here right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll have a better answer for you by end of day.
It's so wide open there. I don't know why they would. So we got a lot of comments on that flea market.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans.
A bit of a slowdown on I-270. We're seeing delay westbound between Quebec to past Vasquez. And that is it for extremely slow traffic I-25. It is back to full speed right now at the C-470 I-225.
The wagons?
No problems on I-70 due to the higher elevations.
What are they looking at? What are they talking about?
Weather sunny today and a high of 82. For Saturday, partly sunny, a high of 81.
Oh, I know. I seen them on the website. I was asking Mark about them and stuff. About the wagons.
The covered wagons, yeah.
Yeah.
Currently, it's 72.
Right. I agree with that.
I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 K-House.
They look like a lot of fun for little ones.
Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is prepared to help.
If you need mortgage
Here, I'm going to send you a picture. This is absolutely looking at it.
Well, I seen that on the website, the wagons, and then they light up. Right.
And now Rocky Mountain Retrofoam is offering low-cost
There you go.
energy audit
God, that's weird.
after your XL rebate. You'll get a complete
I just looked at it. I didn't know what John Norman wagons.
Retrofoam will
Those I will drive over and look at.
Yeah, see what's inside them. Is it just a bed or?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. Like, what's it? Where do they fit? Is there, oh, you know what? I see like a big building kind of over there.
You just go outside. You just do it outside. You're in the country.
Yeah.
Do they frown on that?
Watch this incredible foam in action.
I don't think so.
Try it. See what they say. Push the limit, Mark.
Well, you're assuming I get caught.
Pull your dinger out.
It's the Dan Capella Show. 4 to 6.
Here we go. 10 seconds. We're back.
10 seconds.
There's craziness from D.C. and from the league left right here in Colorado, and we'll have a lot of fun too. Join me at 4.
Or Troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life a little easier. All you have to do is call, and we're going to get right to the phones. Now, we had a lot of comment on this concrete thing. We want to take that. First of all, this guy had concrete. We want to get a picture of it, see what's happening. But the concrete was cracking, he said, hairline cracks mostly. And basically, he's upset. And I said, you know, concrete cracks, and very seldom do you have perfect concrete, but you can patch it. You can, well, not patch it, but you can put coatings on it, which are quite resilient, and they expand and contract, some of them, and they will last. But Gary, you have a comment. Go ahead, Gary. Welcome.
Yeah, hey Tom. So the caller prompted me of a question I've had for a long time. And that is, why can we build an interstate out of concrete that puts up with that abuse and the mag chloride and everything, but we can't, you know, we have problems with driveways and sidewalks and such. Is
well, with the highways, first of all,
the reinforcement? Or,
first of all, the highways are built with extreme engineering, very thick, very strong, very reinforced, and but also even the highways, if you got out and examined pieces of highway that are concrete, you'll see cracks all over the place. And also, the benefit that concrete has on the highway is that it's used a lot, and it's not. Go ahead.
Tom, he's bringing up a hell of a point. I'm sitting here in an RV park, and it's basically empty now. And every single pad out here that's concrete, I don't see one crack anywhere.
How old is that?
All 2 or 3 years, and the concrete looks perfect.
Well, you know, I mean, if that
Why
slab,
is that?
well, maybe they haven't been used that much. I don't know, Mark, but I do know that. I mean, obviously, if you don't have moving soil at all and you can stabilize it, you can do it. I'm not saying we shouldn't have concrete that doesn't crack, but there's hairline cracking in most concrete in most of Colorado. And the point is that you're right, interstates seem nice, but we don't get out and look at them close up like we do at home. And, you know, it's unrealistic to expect concrete to hold up in our weather in a perfect condition. Now, hairline, again, I think all concrete should be coated. I don't think you should even consider concrete around your house unless you're going to cover it. I don't know what else to say, man. Concrete is good, but it's so difficult unless you want to pay for it. I should amend that. You can pay enough money to get concrete that won't crack, but most most homeowners won't do it. First, you would bring in sand.
It's triple.
You would bring in sand. You'd tamp. You would put the concrete down. You would groom it for extensive periods of time. Cover it. I mean, you wouldn't drive on it. Then you'd seal it. Then you'd cover it. Who would pay for that? That's what I see a problem with. Now, speaking of concrete, let's talk to Katrina about a foundation. I'm not sure what she wants to talk about, but what's going on?
I bought a house in October, and it started out with water damage, which the inspector found, and I was told it was fixed, which didn't happen, and then it...
What was the water damage? What was the water damage?
They said that it came in from the sprinkler, but that wasn't the case because there was no sprinkler anywhere around at first, and the front part of the house, which is now the big concern, there is, I guess, a sprinkler that causes something.
How did they? So before you bought it, they said they fixed it.
Yes.
Did you have that on a condition to buy?
Yeah, it was on the. You know, when you sign up, they have to fix it or you won't buy it.
Yeah. Let me explain this to people listening because I appreciate you doing this. And Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, he'll tell you the same thing. If you have objections to the inspection, it's best for you as the buyer to get pricing to fix it the right way and then to get a price reduction or allowance for it as opposed to having owners fix it. I am just telling you right now, sellers will never fix it ever the same way you will, ever. It's the wrong way to do it because there are so many different opinions on what fixing it means. And also because there are so many different opinions, it's going to be difficult to go back and say, well, you didn't fix it. They're going to say we did. You're going to say, well, it came back, and they're going to say that's not our problem. It's just way too many fights. Whenever I go into a home, I look exactly at all of the defects, and I find out exactly what they're going to cost me. And I exaggerate a little because I want to make sure I get it done, not the seller. I mean, sellers will cheap out every time. I don't care who they are. They will never put in the dedication that you will. So now we're off on the wrong foot because you let them fix it. So Katrina, why do you have now problems?
Because they came out, the seller sent somebody out to put some more dirt on it, and that didn't work, so I ended up ripping out the first corner and sealing it myself. And then the walls started moving and coming in.
Did you have a structural report done on this home before you bought it?
I don't even know what that is.
That's an engineer. In addition to a home inspection, if there are any issues with moisture or foundation, and I learned this from Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. I'm telling you, he's a genius, but you get a structural engineer. I had a structural engineer look at this house, and I get an engineering report. And then here's something else. My engineer, I shouldn't say this, but in many cases, let's say, engineering reports give you good news, but the sellers don't know because the sellers think they have major problems. Some sellers price their home low because they think they have major problems. You go and find out they don't. And it's always wise to have your own information. Here's the problem now, Katrina. I'm just going to be straight with you. How long have you owned the house?
6 months.
It's going to be very, very difficult to get a non-disclosure case here or a non-performance case. It's going to probably, you don't want to hear this, it'll probably cost you more to sue the sellers than it will to fix it.
Okay.
I'm just telling you from experience, from a lawsuit experience. Lawsuit, you don't get your money back for the lawsuit. You're going to spend, to get to court on a performance issue, or let's say a non-disclosure issue. Here's the minimum, and you don't want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you, $60,000. $60,000 minimum. Am I lying, Mark? $60,000 to get to court. If you win, you're not going to get that back. You need to find out what it will take to fix your house. Did you do an assessment?
We've got that structural peering guy on the referral.
Have you gotten an estimate to fix your house?
No, because the seller sent the contractor in to fix it, but 2 walls are coming in, and they didn't even have a construction permit because I called the county. And so it's...
Katrina, Why are you still relying on sellers to fix it? You need to get your own engineering report with a full estimate to complete repairs. Then you need to present that to the sellers, since they sound like they're trying to cooperate. They're trying to cheap out right now. You need a full assessment of what it will cost to fix that home. Why didn't your inspector find any of these problems? Those foundations, they don't just collapse in 6 months. There had to have been problems 6 months ago. Why didn't your home inspector find it?
I don't know, because it was behind drywall. I don't know.
Okay. See, listen. We can't go back in time now. All we can do is you need to assess your damages. Where are you located?
Jefferson County.
Okay. You need to find a structural engineer. Mark, do we have anybody that comes to mind on referralist.com? I think so. You find someone and you have them come out and give you a full estimate for complete repairs. That is what you go by, not what the seller is willing to do to patch it. Here's what the seller's trying to do. They're trying to put patchwork on there until the statute of limitations expire.
Oh, okay.
Executive Structural Peering is one company.
Coil Engineering.
Coil is great. Is he still on us? He's a great engineer.
Yep.
I use Coil all
inspection.
I use Coil all the time. I use Coil all the time. You might want to get Coil out there. But Katrina, you have to start gathering information. And then you decide, who knows, maybe it is worth going to court if you have enough information. But I don't think it will be. But maybe you scare the sellers into paying some of it. Now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, we have a lot more to talk about on the Troubleshooter Show, and I want to remind you, face masks are being provided. I bought them from xpagear.com, and you can buy them too. XPA Gear does logos for your for your company, so you can have face masks for all your employees bearing your logo. You can have neck gaiters with your logo. You can have custom designs, whatever you want. You know, right now individual masks are on sale for $9.95, and you can get neck gaiters for $13.95. They have infrared thermometers. They also have, of course, things for your teams: jerseys, shorts, wrestling clothes, compression shorts, shirts, and hoodies, sweatpants, polos, quarter zips, and of course face masks, neck gaiters, and they can do it for specific company logos. Give them a call, 303-327-9316, 327-9316, xpagear.com.
You're clear? 30 seconds to your ideal home long and fix it 24/7 short.
The Memorial Day Staycation Sale at Denver Premium Outlet.
You good, Tom?
You stared at the backyard long enough. Now vacation at home in a brand new hot tub or swim spa from Aqua Spas. Huge discounts for the biggest sale of the year. This is a factory liquidation tent event.
All right, 10 seconds. Ideal home loans long, fix it 24/7 short.
$1 per month, every home can have a new hot tub. Plus, take advantage of no money down financing. 10 to 8 every day now through June 1st at the Denver Premium Outlets and the Staycation Sale from Aqua Spas.
Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. Get a pre-approval. It's like a cash deal. Once you get that done, it's only a matter of a few weeks and you're in that home. So that's a pre-approval. You can get also credit optimization.
Even though you're approved, they will get you better pricing by boosting your score with simple things like maybe paying down a credit card by just $20 or $30. They can help you with that, and the interest rate guarantee, if rates go down, even just 0.75%, they'll refinance you free of charge, plus the custom term loan. That means you can pick any term and still get that lower rate. This is only from all of these things, idealhomeloans.com, 303-867-7000. They're, of course, an equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL. And for loans, call 303-867-7000. And let me tell you about professionals in your home for just $39. You don't have to worry about getting someone licensed and skilled to assess a problem, whether it be plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, or drains. And if you have the work done that they suggest you need to fix it, then you get that $39 credited to the repair. FixMyHome.com. Get someone in your home that knows what they're doing, and no unknowns. 720-526-3939. Everything quoted up front. 720-526-3939.
It's a Memorial Day sale for the history books. Acres of Ford Rangers, F-150s, Explorers, Expeditions, and more.
Well, I tell you what, foundation issues can be expensive.
New 2019 Ford F-150 trucks.
What did she say? Something about they weren't supposed to do something? Or?
I missed that. That's why I should have turned it up.
Hey, Mark.
Ford is out to break all records. Act now, and you will save thousands. The MedVet Ford Memorial Day sale, now through May 31st.
Hey.
Just minutes south of Lincoln on the I-25 corridor. Depart the 181 ramp Castle Rock. Shop online at medvetford.com.
Stock number F7154T, MSRP 70,065 plus tax title and fees.
How big do you think those wagons are? You're going to go over there. Take a picture inside there and see what they are. They're kind of cool, I thought.
Yeah, I will. I'm curious layout.
So, are they teepees or are they yurts? Well, I mean, teepee, you know, a teepee goes up like a triangle.
They have both here.
Okay.
I don't know if the teepees you rent out or if they're bathrooms or what. I've just seen them in the brochure.
Okay.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent.
Addie. Suzanne says they look like teepees.
Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S.
Because in the website it says yurts.
and the Ad Council.
Those are the ground ones.
See the house, the little building next to it. I guess that's their restroom and shower. That little building there.
He's the guy who guarantees to sell your home in 29 days without commission. Chad Madeline nets his clients on average 3% more, 3 times faster than the market. Call Chad today for your free home valuation or instant cash.
Is there any buffalo there?
FastSaleGuaranteed.com. That's
You can rent a buffalo and ride it around the grounds for $14.95.
Yeah, I would do that versus the golf cart.
What can you rent?
A buffalo to ride.
Two people that pulled in while I wasn't even looking, they both have golf carts.
One of them showed there that they might have both. In fact, they both did. They both have trailers for it.
So, Dan, to see if that place with those houses, you showed us, it looks so desolate. What's there?
There's a lake there. Oh, you know what? They were decimated by the pine beetle up there, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got real close, a little south of there. Tabernacle County, there's a Boy Scout camp.
Yeah.
And right around there and stuff, they got hit hard by the pine beetle.
Is that plague over now?
No, it just goes around. But some of the people that got it early, now they got trees growing back.
Okay.
I hope it doesn't hit mine.
Brought to you by America's biopharmaceutical companies. That's MAT.org.
This report is sponsored by
I can't remember which pine tree they like.
Is it the Scotch pines or the blue pines?
Or the ponderosa or the... 30 seconds.
These are challenging times, and Rocket
Haven't heard from Mark.
is prepared to help. If you need mortgage assistance, contact the team 24/7 at Rocket.
He's on vacation.
They're home to yours. The team at Rocket Mortgage is with you. Visit rocketmortgage.com. Twitter, a place for short.
I love all of these. Face coverings I'm seeing. Rubber gloves.
And on Twitter at 630 KHAL.
Hi, Tom Martino here.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Don't forget the promo code TOM and get 25% off CBD products. Phil, what's going on with your wedding reception, man? What's happening?
You know, Tom, a year ago, my daughter and her fiance, who both live in California, they signed a contract with a company called Church Ranch Event Center up in Westminster.
Yeah.
And it was for a wedding of June 26, 2020. You know, it was a minimum of 100 people. They've already paid like $8,900. Well, Church Ranch cannot meet the terms of the contract.
Then they have to give the money back. I don't see how they can keep it.
Well, they have a clause in their contract called force majeure,
yeah, go ahead.
Which covers anything you can possibly think of. And we've asked them what they're going to do. Well, they've admitted they can't meet the numbers of the contract, 100 people, and no buffets, no tablecloths, no dance floor, stuff that you probably are aware of. They won't let us out of they won't let the kids out of the contract. They won't refund a dime. We offered them $2,500 to just part ways, and they laughed at us. So my daughter has rescheduled for a soft hold on November 6th, but I had questions for them.
Wait a minute. So they will let you, hold on, they will let you postpone and apply it?
Correct.
Well, that's good.
Well, it is, but November's flu season. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm not confident they're going to still be in business in November.
No.
So if they file bankruptcy, we're SOL.
Well, no, you're a collector.
You guys agreed to it, though, to begin with.
You agreed to conditions that are subject to...
One of which was basically
force majeure.
Act of God.
Now, listen, force majeure covers a lot of things, and I know there are other companies using it. It means, here's what it means. It means that they cannot be held responsible for extraordinary events that prevents their performance. Is that basically what they're saying?
It is. It is. My son was supposed to be married 2 weeks after this down at the sanctuary, and the sanctuary told them they have the same clause in their contract, and the sanctuary told them, we feel bad we're not going to be able to meet the terms of the contract. If you decide to cancel, we will refund every dime.
Gosh.
So here's to one first responder. They live in Pasadena because she moved out there, but they don't have a bunch of money. And you know that they said if they cancel the contract today, they will
listen, I want to ask something. With force majeure contracts, they usually have to mention certain things. Do they? You said it covers almost everything. Did they mention a pandemic?
It didn't say a pandemic, but it did cover acts from the government or Mother Nature.
Okay, well, many of the courts are ruling that unless a pandemic is mentioned, simply using the words force majeure may not necessarily trigger it.
I understand that. I've been listening to your conversations while I was on hold.
So, I mean, how much deposit did they put down?
They've got right at $9,000 put down right now on a $15,000 contract.
Now, they don't expect the other $7,500, do they? Or not? I mean, excuse me, the other
absolutely.
Whatever. They do?
Absolutely.
Wait.
Yes,
This place expects you to pay the full contract without them doing anything.
Correct.
Oh, no, they don't. I'll guarantee you if we call them, they'll say, look, we understand they're not getting a refund. There's no way they would ever collect that money from you. So you're telling me, I want to be clear because, man, the first time you give us false information and we call them, we're done with the case. If we call them right now, they'll say not only did we take $9,000 from them, but we fully expect for them to pay the balance of the contract even though we will never perform the service.
That is correct.
No.
And we had this discussion with the owner.
No, here's what they're going to say.
ago.
No, here's what they're going to say. I'm going to tell you what they're going to say. Because you're not telling me the truth. You're trying to get us fired up. They're going to say, of course we want them to pay the balance of the contract when we complete it, and they're able to postpone this as much as they want until we can do it. That's what they're going to say. But we're going to have Deputy Doc call, and we're going to ask them if they expect full payment without ever performing. If they can never perform this wedding, will they expect you to pay the other $6,000? Because I think you are wrong. I think you're wrong.
But they're willing. Tom, they're willing to do the wedding. You understand that?
I thought they said later on, though.
Yeah, later on, of course.
That's what I'm saying.
The pandemic is over.
Yeah, later on. And so they're, but I don't think it's, first of all, I don't think it's reasonable for them to keep any money, and I don't think it's reasonable for them to expect you to postpone it. I mean, really, you know, it could be you guys just want to get married and forget the reception now. Who knows? I mean, I don't think that the pandemic falls under force majeure. I just don't. But maybe it does. I think, you know, actually, what does fall under it? Let's ask that. I mean, there are so many factors that go into it.
Well, I think really it's an extraordinary event or circumstance from what I'm reading, such as war, strike, crime, epidemic, or an act of God.
But nowhere do they expect you to pay fully on the contract. It's just saying they have a right to get out of it. It doesn't really address payment. Force majeure simply says you can't force me. Well, that's not what it means, but in essence it means you can't expect performance under the contract in extraordinary conditions. But it doesn't necessarily mean they get to keep the money. See, there's two different things, performance and compensation. So I don't know if your contract says under conditions of force majeure, we get to keep the money. What does it say? Go on, tell us. I mean, not that I think you can, Phil, does it say we don't have to fulfill the contract, but you still have to pay?
To communicate to you is, we've asked them how many times they will force us to postpone. Okay,
they don't know the answer
because they can't meet the terms of the contract. They didn't answer how many times.
Okay, because they don't know. They don't know.
Well, they don't know, but we offered them $2,500 to just part ways and go our separate ways.
You know why I think that's a good idea? I think that's a good idea because that brings it down to small claims court, and you can sue them for the $7,500, and just say we're willing to walk away from the rest.
Let's take a look at that contract.
Yeah, I'd like to see the contract. So, Phil, please send it to us. And I'd like to call this place anyway, right now, even before the contract. I'd like to call them and say, look, let me just ask you something for grins. Let's just say you can't do the wedding at all. Do you expect them to pay the balance of the contract? That's the first thing I want to ask. And then, are you willing to compromise anything on the $8,900 they paid? So, Daphne, get the name of this place. What's the name of it again? Up in what you said? Church Ranch. That's a popular venue. I think a lot of people are being burned right now. This is a very popular wedding season that this COVID is interrupting. And this is not the only place going through this. So let's find out. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
Clear. Dispatcher is right.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown.
I'll call as soon as Dad gives me the contract. Well, before we see the contract.
You don't have the contract, do you?
Now,
This is a phone call from this morning.
is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans.
So if they can't, he said that they couldn't do the food. Right. Well, then that's going to come off the contract. If they're not going to do the food. Well, the point is they can't do the wedding. Well, they can, but they're going to. It's not going to be very. I think it's pretty much reception. I believe that's what.
And then cooler on Sunday with a high of only 62 and a chance of showers. Memorial Day, expect a high around 65. Currently, it's 75. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
These are challenging times, and Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is prepared to help. If you need mortgage assistance, contact their team 24/7 at rocketmortgage.com. From their home to yours, the team at Rocket Mortgage is with you. Visit Rocket Mortgage.
Yeah, that's pretty tough, boy. You start getting people all had airline tickets and all that at a wedding.
They won't give the money back. We should just go on and say, look, everybody, don't schedule your thing at Church Ranch because they're going to screw you.
This is tough.
They should give the money back if they can't. Especially if they're willing to take the $2,500.
I think that sounds okay. But the other place, they're going to go broke. This is they're refunding the whole thing.
What, Church Ranch? But they're not doing anything.
I guess what I'm saying, if you have that slot there, you know, it's just like buying concert tickets.
Right.
You know, it's
but when they cancel a concert, they give you the money back.
Okay, now these baseball games and stuff like that, they're doing some screwy things.
What are they doing?
What was it?
I'll call my friend because he has season tickets.
Because I heard people complaining about that.
That'd be a good thing. You want me to find out, Tom?
Of what?
What the Rockies are doing with season ticket holders since all these games have not been played?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if they're just refunding the money.
Ooh, look at that 5.
Foamyourwalls.com. That's foamyourwalls.com. You'll be amazed. Or 720-676-6333. Just $175 to save you thousands in the future. 720-676-6333.
Okay. I think every team's a little different.
What's that?
What the sports teams are doing for their season ticket holders.
I don't know.
I'll find out right now.
Doc is on it, like stink on the monkey.
How about if it's like the Broncos, where you also have to pay for the rights to buy the tickets?
No, you don't have to pay for the rights, do you?
Yeah, same with that's what Alabama had to do in Las Vegas.
That right. That was for holding them right. But I don't think you. I don't.
No, you have to own the rights to buy it.
Okay.
So what happens? You get your money back for the rights because now you don't have the right to. See, I don't know. Okay, and let's say that is the case, and they say, too bad, you don't get your wife money back. But of course you don't have to buy the tickets, but you still got to keep the rights and pay for that.
That's probably what it would.
Fuck, I don't know what I think about that.
Well, do you ever get the right money back?
People used to sell their rights. Like if I owned rights to 4 seats.
Yeah, but that wasn't true.
My rights for X amount.
But Mark,
that anymore in Denver.
Mark, the rights, that's just private deals. They say, I'll sell you my position or my rights, but the teams don't do that. The teams simply sell the tickets, and you're not supposed to.
I'm saying like Al Ramos bought the rights to the Raiders.
To the Raiders in Vegas, yeah.
In Las Vegas, right through the Raiders.
But that's okay. But that's before they were established, because he's buying something for the future.
Right, but I'll bet you that's his first season tickets. Now he becomes.
It'll be applied to that, right?
It'll be applied to that.
I never heard of teams. I never heard of teams selling just the rights. I've heard of people doing it.
I think you're right, Tom.
I think when they're building a stadium, maybe that's when they.
But I'll bet you they just didn't want people to put it in. They wanted serious people.
right, so I don't know how else to put it.
I bet you, yeah, everyone did, right?
Yeah.
But he bought the rights from a private individual.
No,
He bought it from the team.
He bought it from the team?
Las
Because
Vegas.
they're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
They're brand new, Doc.
Oh, right, okay, got it.
No, the team's not brand
But
new.
once he has it, he can resell it.
I think it goes to its first
And I'm
season
not even
ticket.
sure if you're supposed to sell them anymore, are you?
Well, in Denver, they took away the rights from people who didn't go to, and they didn't even tell them they were going to do it. They say, you got to go do it.
They don't like you selling rights.
Right. Or selling tickets even. And this guy who called in before even sold the tickets through the NFL.
Hi, Tom.
713-TALK, 713-8255. What do you think should be done when people are canceling due to COVID? I mean, what if you have a wedding or bar mitzvah, any kind of event scheduled, right? And the venue calls and says, we can't do it because of COVID or because of the rules. Therefore, we can't do it. You'll have to postpone it. And you say, I don't want to. And they say, well, you have to. And you still have to pay. 303-713-TALK. Yvonne, what do you think?
Well, my sister's having the same situation. She put a deposit of $6,000, and she's not getting that back. So she rescheduled. However,
where did she put that $6,000 down?
The Manor House, I think, is where she is going to get married. That would be on the.
So they're postponing they're actually postponing their wedding.
Yeah, till not the following year.
What? So they're waiting a whole year to get married?
Yeah. So their original date was July 26th, and now they're moving it to the following year in July.
Man, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, were they pissed?
Well, she's pretty smart, and I told her, I said, well, why don't you try this? Why don't you try to negotiate that it's a business, so of course they can't, if they have everybody cancel and then they have no income, they have overhead, so they have expenses. So why don't you try to negotiate maybe giving them 10 or 15%, kind of in the same sense as a restocking fee.
Did she try that?
I don't think she asked. I don't think she did that. But that I told her, maybe that would be an option. I said the other option would be that you would be able to take them to a small claims court, and you would have to talk to a judge, and you'd have to prove, that it falls under a pandemic or epidemic.
Yeah. See, we have to figure out what's going on. With the pandemic, are people going to get I can see people getting a pass for performance, but I don't see why I don't have any idea why they should get to keep the money. That's the part I don't understand. Right. Now, unless they had some hard costs involved, maybe, maybe then you say, well, I should have to suffer all of these hard costs. We both entered into the contract and we're both victims. But where there's no hard cost, it's like taking advantage of it. It's like saying, well, tough luck.
I got to throw something into this. How about all these concerts, whether it's even iHeart or Live Nation? You know how they're handling those? If they're rescheduled, there's no refunds for the most part. If they're canceled, of course you get a refund. But if they're rescheduled, you don't get a refund. And that's thousands and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
But, Mark, that's a lot different, going to a concert, than getting married. Or about
I'm just saying it's still not, to me, it's still not fair. I think you should get a damn refund.
But
you might have had a babysitter. You might have been flying somewhere to see the concert. It could have been a lot of different things to say, hey, if we reschedule it, we don't give you a refund. Well, hell, I might not be in the country in 2 years. Who knows?
Well, Yvonne's sister chose to postpone a year. I want to know what people think. Tell me, do you guys have any deposits out right now and want to get money back? Who's not giving deposits? Who is giving a deposit?
How about the airlines we get calls on every week?
Airlines have been pretty good so far. Airlines have been
think about it. here's the ones we've been getting. Okay, how about the one we had about 3 weeks ago? They were going to go to Hawaii. Well, if you land in Hawaii, you can't do anything for 2 weeks because you have to self-quarantine. So, yes, the plane is flying there, but they can't do anything, so why would you go?
Yeah, that's even more complicated, where something has not been canceled. That's where it gets really weird. You know, and then they can say, well, we're flying, why aren't you going? This whole thing is going to change the way we look at contracts in the future, travel insurance, and everything. It really is. And
How about all these... Tom, how about all these poor people that have small businesses and they paid for interruption insurance, and everybody thought they'd be covered, and guess what? Like maybe 1% of these big insurance companies are paying when they're forced to be shut down because they're pointing to outs everywhere that no one would have thought of. In other words, they shouldn't have even bought the insurance to begin with because it doesn't cover anything.
No. We have more coming right up.
Clear. You have your Become the Banker and Flex event coming up in about 50 seconds.
Now, impact traffic.
Hey, Mark, the airlines are giving vouchers.
You there?
Yeah, the airlines are giving vouchers.
Oh, God damn it, I can't hear you.
Two right lanes are blocked on
Why
6th
can't you?
Avenue, backing up traffic to the Anderson Street.
The airlines are giving vouchers.
Area, just be aware if that's on your route. There is a
Yeah,
crash
that's same as,
about 1 mile south of Sedalia.
I was just looking up Live Nation. So Live Nation, if they cancel the you get a refund.
Right.
Or you can get 150% voucher towards any new Live Nation event. I think that's a pretty good deal.
Absolutely.
But if they postpone it, you don't get shit.
That's what Billie Eilish said. I won't have my money back because she postponed.
And that's what most of these artists are doing. They're saying, oh, okay, well, let's postpone it. So what does that mean? Indefinitely?
That's a good question. There's got to be a time limit there. I mean, otherwise they die.
Let's talk about becomethebanker.org. Now, that's the website where you go to sign up for a webinar or for a phone call or whatever you need to get more information. It's really simple. You buy a life insurance policy, not a big one, just enough to make this legal. Then you have a cash account that you overfund on purpose. You'll always get that money either in death benefit or in cash value. It'll grow, guaranteed 4%. You never have to pay taxes on it. If you do it the right way, you can use the money through your life or for retirement. becomethebanker.org. Now, let's talk about Flexden of Colorado. People have a lot of dings and dents that don't go into the paint, or if you're unsure, you can go there, and Nick will give you a free estimate, and that is Flexden.colorado.com. For hail dings and dents and parking lot dings, you will never know the damage were there. It doesn't detract from the value of your car. He doesn't even report to Carfax, and he doesn't have to. Flexiden.colorado.com. You even get a free rental car for your job and also free pickup or free pickup and delivery. 303-619-6273. Flexiden.colorado.com.
While you do your part, coronavirus, America's biopharmaceutical companies are working around the clock to do ours. Testing existing medicines,
You're off mute.
developing new treatments and vaccines, and collaborating with FDA, NIH, and CDC. We're working with doctors and hospitals on hundreds of clinical trials and ramping up production capabilities to ensure these medicines are available. Because science is how we get back to normal. Visit phrna.org/coronavirus.
These days, being a small business means navigating uncertainty in a constantly changing situation. So if you're looking for one trusted source that will keep you informed daily,
Did you go on the
Small Business Crisis Resource. There you'll find small business resources to help you get through this, including the latest
You hit a horse race?
grants, and other forms of relief. You'll also see stories about small businesses making a difference. So let's get through this together. Visit iHeart.com/smallbusiness today.
Where are they racing at?
/smallbusiness.
That was Churchill. No, it was Tampa Bay Down.
Hey, is there anybody there?
Expeditions and more.
Are they?
No one in any of the audiences, but they're racing everywhere, man. Everywhere.
F-150 trucks. 0% APR financing for
I think almost every track you've ever heard of is open yet, but I haven't seen people in the stands at all.
I tell you, this is during the summer is when we're really going to see the. That's why they got to open up in the summer. They got it.
Man, that was a good hit. That was probably a couple $100, man, off of $12.
Off of $12, really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Would you pick them to win?
Yeah.
How did you know them?
I didn't. He's a gray one. My grandmother always bets on gray ones, and I liked his name. That's the extent of my horse racing. I am far from a handicapper, man. And I'll tell you what, I've known a few handicappers, and I think I do better than they do with my crazy methods.
You take the gray horse. How about for dogs?
You know who I met? Did you ever hear of that place off Santa Fe, Red and Jerry's?
Yeah.
Fucking, I sat next to Pete Rose for a while there one time. He was betting on the horses.
What did the Pete say? I didn't know he gambled.
Yeah. Actually, I think he owns some horses too. It is kind of funny after all that shit he hangs out in these sports books. Huh?
Yeah. He got a raw deal, I think.
I do too, man. He was not even, it's not like he was throwing games, but you know what? He knew the rules. But it's been long enough. That should have nothing to do with the Hall of Fame, and he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. What's his nickname?
The Pete.
No. No.
Gambler.
Yeah, Mr. Hustle. Mr. Hustle.
My dad ran into him on a plane years ago and walked up to him and I don't remember the whole story, but the bottom line was my dad thought he was the most arrogant piece of shit ever.
How was he, Charlie Hustle, I'm sorry, Charlie Hustle. Pete Rose.
Charlie Hustle. I never heard that, ever.
Was he nice to talk to when you seen him or talking with him?
Yeah, he was alright. Nothing. Yeah.
He was a jerk.
Tom said he was a jerk.
I don't like walking. I don't like, with people like that, I don't like, I don't act like they're any different than anybody else, so I think therefore they really don't.
Right.
If you don't treat them like they're special, they're generally pretty cool. I mean, if you walk up and try to treat
Hi, Tom Martino, you're a troubleshooter. 303.
713-TALK. 713-8255. Get your calls in. We have another hour to go. We want to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. We have some follow-ups. By the way, Joe Lazaro was not familiar with truancy. We're still trying to get a hold of another attorney on what happens if they really start pressing charges because your kids aren't going to school. We had one case where the kid's now 17, and how far are they going to push this? They have a hearing coming up, and she wanted to know what to do. Christy, you say your car, let's see, what's going on with your car?
Well, I took my car into service at MXVW on Santa Fe on the 21st of April. And I was there almost a month waiting for a part due to COVID, which is fine. I was to pick it up originally last Wednesday. And then the Tuesday night before, I guess the technician locked the keys in the key box. By the next day, Wednesday, 8:30 a.m., I had a text that some things were moved around in the car, but everything seemed to be there, which how would they even know? And I knew it was missing. I had a small purse of about $2,000 worth of gift cards in the glove box. I know it's not the best idea, but I didn't expect my car to be there that long, and that's beside the point. I asked for a picture of what was left, and there were credit cards and my IDs, all things that could be traced. So, like, we're going back and forth. Was it locked? Yes. Was the top up? Yes.
Hold on. Christy, did they acknowledge that it's missing?
Well, they said doesn't seem to be anything missing because, like, but then how would they know? You know, like, I knew what was missing because I knew if anybody was going to break in my car, what they would take.
Okay, was the purse still there?
No. So they just took a picture of my credit cards and my IDs. I'm like, can you please just take a picture? So it's just like my credit cards and my IDs and like my insurance card was there. And then they also took my little battery charger, whatever.
So wait a minute. Were there signs of break-in?
No, there weren't. because apparently I eventually talked to the service manager. There's a kit that you can break into cars and convertible. It was a hardtop convertible, and hardtop convertibles, or the convertibles, they don't have a seal between the windows, so they're easy to break into. So there's no signs. And I was like, well, how about security footage? Well, we only got the back right corner of the tire. And I was like, so you can't see anybody walking to and from the car?
Well, Christy,
no, it's too dark.
I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Now, what did they do that was negligent?
I think it was an inside job. That was the only car that was broken into. No other cars were touched, just mine that happened to be parked in a blind spot where convertibles are apparently easier to be broken into. I just feel like, you know, come on, you guys know, I just feel like maybe you could be like, hey, you know, stuff happens.
How do you get $2,000 worth of gift cards? I'm just curious.
It's over like 10 years, but I'm an admin, so.
Don't they expire? I mean, you telling me that there's some gift cards in there that were 10 years old?
Yeah.
Give me an example of one that's 10 years old, and how much was it for? I
have a lot of Fleming gift cards, and because I'm an admin, so I'll book dinners, and then they would give gift cards, and they'll let me use them for as long as I ever would want to use them. So. God, here's the problem we have. You left them, the proof that they were there to begin with, then the proof that it was an inside job. I mean, there are so many problems with this. I don't know what you do when stuff like this happens. There's really no answer for it. You can't say we're positive one of your employees did it. Okay, which one did it? And we don't think they did it, and we don't believe you had that much in there. I mean, I don't know what you do unless they just wanted to be nice and believe you.
And your own insurance wouldn't even cover that because it's contents and it's basically like cash.
So when you brought your car there, why I never ever leave anything of value in my car, ever. And I like the people I take it to, but I never leave it. Why do you always leave your purse in the glove compartment?
Yeah. I didn't think it was going to be there long. It's just tough because it's like just my car was targeted because I was in the glove box. I know these are tough times, but this is very frustrating.
Oh, I don't blame you. But okay, what about the credit cards and all that? Were they used? No.
So someone felt guilty enough to like say, okay, I'm not going to take these. Like someone took the time to go through it. No, if it was just a regular burglar or whatever, they wouldn't have. They just take the whole thing and run. They wouldn't sit there and have the time to go through it. You know.
So you're saying there were people. Wait. Can't you contact the agencies where you had gift cards and wait for them to be used?
Yeah.
Or just cancel them and have them reissued.
Talk to Fleming. Most of them probably can't, but it's like me trying to remember over like 10 years which gift cards I had. I know I just feel like they really just could have just come to the table a little bit and just said, I know this sucks, but, you know.
Man, I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, that you're asking them for $2,000 or you're asking them for $1,000 and they're saying, look, Christy, it's not our fault you left them in the glove box to begin with. And there's no way for us to tell who did it. I don't know. These are questions that come up all the time. A little easy on that, bro. That's killing
Tom,
us.
the wrong one was down.
That's fine. Julie, can you hang on and we'll take you after this, and Mark as well. And Christy, if anyone has any ideas, I'm all ears. She's got $2,000 worth of gift cards taken. We have another hour to go, so Mark and Julie, hang on. We'll come right to you, I promise. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Sorry about that, Tom.
Mud jacking. I've been lifting sinking concrete across the Front Range for over 25 years. I'll fix your sinking concrete and save you money. Call Advanced Mud Jacking, 303-424-9441 or advancedmudjacking@yahoo.com.
Some people have jobs, other people have careers. Frank Duran, the real estate man, has, well,
This is not just a job or a career to me. This is my passion.
Simply put, you'll never find better for buying or selling your real estate. With RE/MAX Alliance,
we sell your home faster and for more money, and we have stats to prove it.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just results.
303-920-1622.
Hey, it's Greg Hollenbach. Do you love hyper-local food and beverage? If the answer is yes, you'll want to tune in to Colorado's premier food and drink show Saturday starting at 6 p.m. right here on KHOW. And don't forget, past shows can be heard on themoderneater.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, Denver. An iHeartRadio station.
ABC News, I'm Ariel Reshef. The Memorial Day holiday is the unofficial start to summer, but with the pandemic, it will be a lot different. Hard-hit New York State is just beginning to reopen, with the exception of the New York City area. Governor Andrew Cuomo urging caution and restraint.
I know the weather is warmer. I know people have been cooped up. I know there's tremendous energy to get out. You have to remain vigilant.
Yesterday, Cuomo said he wouldn't feel comfortable sending his kids to camp with the severe inflammatory disease that is affecting children in states around the country. Today in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis announced summer camp and youth activities will be allowed, with communities and coaches making decisions on how to open. At the White House today, President Trump honoring veterans, prisoners of war, and those missing in action with Rolling Thunder bikers. This year's Memorial Day Rolling Thunder demonstration is raising awareness about veteran suicides. This is ABC News. This weekend marks 1 year since a Connecticut mother of 5 vanished. Police say her estranged husband killed her.
Her family said in a statement, "We miss Jennifer beyond words." Jennifer Doulos had dropped her kids off at school and returned home, where police have said her estranged husband, Fotis Doulos, was lying in wait. He later died by suicide. His ex-girlfriend and a friend face conspiracy charges. Jennifer Doulos' family said countless questions remain unanswered. The brutality and inhumanity of her death and disappearance continue to haunt us. The family asked for a new focus on all victims of intimate partner violence, many of whom are now even more at risk during the pandemic. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
Facebook is the latest tech giant giving workers the option to work from home permanently. But CEO Mark Zuckerberg says those who do may have to take pay cuts if they choose to work in more affordable areas than pricey Silicon Valley. Google employees have been told they can work from home through the end of the year. Ariel Reshef, ABC News.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then go to Babbel.com, download the app, and try it for free. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just go to Babbel.com and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or go to Babbel.com and try it for free. That's Babbel.com.
Yeah.
KHOW News Time, 103.
A new COVID-19 testing site opening today at Pepsi Center. Mayor Hancock says it can handle a huge volume.
This site will have the ability to do at least 500 nasal swab tests per day.
You have to register to get a test. You can do that by calling 311 or go to denvergov.org. This Memorial Day weekend, Governor Polis urging you to wear a mask, and he has another request to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
We're still at the point where we really hope that as many Coloradans as possible enjoy this Memorial Day in groups of 10 or less.
The governor says it's believed 1 in every 300 Coloradans has coronavirus. Many who are asymptomatic can unwillingly spread it to other people. Colorado U.S. senators are hoping to get federal help for independent music venues. Senators Cory Gardner and Michael Bennet both signed a letter yesterday urging Senate leadership to add the venues to any new coronavirus relief bills. The letter says it's important to help performance halls because they'll likely be one of the last places to open. That's the latest. I'm Chad Hoffman.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Taking a look at I-25, we're seeing a big delay starting around University traveling northbound. This because the two right lanes are blocked with a crash approaching 6th Avenue. We also have 2 lanes blocked southbound I-25 at Alameda. That's got traffic backed up to Auraria Parkway. Further south of...
Yep. Remember we were talking about telephone and Ethernet lines?
Right.
They have those here, so you can connect directly, and then they also have a pretty decent cable TV. Although I have other shit, but the cable's nice. They have a full-blown cable menu.
That comes with it?
Yeah, that's all included. But it's still over $100 a night just for the lot.
To find one of over 830
You know,
in about 20 seconds,
for workforce needs.
force majeure does not mean they get to keep the fucking money. Did you call that place?
I did. I left a message for the owner.
That it doesn't mean they get to keep the money.
I agree.
It just means they don't have to do it.
Their lives in the service of
They can't get into trouble for not doing it.
morning, right here on 630 KI. This is
the
Troubleshooter Show.
Martino, your troubleshooter, solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. One topic that came up was force majeure. We'll get right to it. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Want to remind you, put POM in the promo code, get 25% off Panacea Life Sciences. And that's a good thing. Plus, it's car day today, but it's unusual. So if you have car problems, questions, and complaints, we do have our car experts standing by. They will come on and talk to you. Plus, Century RV for new and used RVs. Mark is at an RV vacation, and you can be too. He got his at Century RV up north at exit 240 and I-25 and out west. Just north of 6th Avenue between Kipling and Sims next to Woodley's. That's CentryRV.com, 303-453-1111. He says there are a lot of people starting to RV. That's nice, getting back to normal. And, of course, that's easy to maintain distance RVing. Mark, you park, someone else parks, and you don't have to be together, and you guys take it.
And, man, you can go to a different place every week. I love it.
No, it's cool, and it really is healthy and safe. Now, listen, force majeure is a clause in many contracts, and here's what I'm reading about it, because it's very, very enlightening. Force majeure is a clause that basically says if we're forced out of performing this contract, if something causes us not to perform, you can't hold it against us. Force majeure says, even though I promised to do this, I can get out of it. And force majeure says, on both sides, we can't do it due to some weird things beyond our control. It could be acts of God. It could be all kinds of things, including pandemics. Some say you should have specific language mentioning the perils. Others say you don't have to. But in all cases that I've read about force majeure, it says you can get out of the performance, but nothing I've read says you can be unjustly enriched. Meaning...
No, but they're going to show a remedy, Tom, in that contract, I would think, saying if we are forced to move it because of this, then here is the remedy. We will do it a different time, or whatever the remedy is.
Well, we'll see. But what I'm saying is, if this place truly expects to be paid without performing, that's ridiculous. Now, it's okay to get out and walk your separate ways, but unless there are hard damages, I don't see how this place can charge for a wedding reception. They never did. What hard costs do they have? And we did put in a call to them. It's something ranch?
What do you
Church
think,
ranch.
I'm curious. What do you think if in the contract it says if something like this happens, you agree that we can do it at another time.
Okay, I think it could be case by case because it has to be conscionable. What if somebody wants to get married and you say we're going to do it next year? Well, that's ridiculous. There is no real answer. That's why we have courts of equity for some details. Kim, you say what happened with you, Kim? Go ahead.
So I had a wedding scheduled for May 9th in California. And I called them in April. I'm a nurse, and so I was not allowed to travel outside. And, honestly, in a pandemic, I think that the higher priority is taking care of patients. So I called them in April and said, this is not likely going to go forward. And they were trying to force me to sign a document indicating that I was canceling and therefore they could keep 80% of the fees.
Oh, no.
They did say I could reschedule. However, knowing the way that this was likely going to play out within the, the virus and the way that it was spreading and understanding about isolation, I just opted to wait. And when it was close enough where I could see there's no way that they could perform to the contract, then I recontacted them and said, I'm requesting a refund based upon, as evidenced by your own health department.
And what did they do? What did they say? Did they acknowledge it then, since it was their health department preventing them from performing, or did they say it was force majeure?
They did say that they would refund me, but I've still yet to get the check in the mail. So
how long ago was this?
I also learned
that's a horrible
tale. They said that they were sending it on Wednesday, so I'll see if I get it. But the other thing that I learned, one of the reasons I paid this deposit as a check only because they charge an additional 6% fee if you use a credit card. But I did learn a couple of things. One is I probably would pay it by credit card in the future, and two, they do have wedding insurance. I wasn't aware of that at the time, but
but even with insurance, Kim, pandemics, many of these insurance companies are refusing to acknowledge pandemic as a legitimate cause. So, but I hope you get the refund. Let us know when you do get it. Julie says her dad is being harassed. What's going on, Julie? What's happening with you?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. My name's Julie. I'm calling. My dad lives in a HUD apartment building.
Okay.
And he's got bed bugs. We don't know where bed bugs come from. I don't necessarily think he caused them, and that's neither here nor there.
How long has he been there? How long has he been there?
He's lived there about 17 years.
Okay, well, it's likely he didn't get bed bugs all of a sudden. It came from somewhere else. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so what happened?
Well, they sprayed it once, and then they said they had to spray again.
Right.
And I can't remember if they sprayed again or not. And then I said, well, there's still bed bugs. And they said, well, we'll spray again. And so they said, go vacuum. And I didn't get a chance to vacuum, but I washed all his clothes and did everything else. And then they said, well, the house wasn't vacuumed. And I said, okay, that's fine. I was a little upset because I took the day off work, which I did today also to help him do stuff.
Yes.
They didn't show up. So I said, okay, I'm going to call my own company and just have them come in and spray it. And they said, well, that'll be a lease violation and you'll lose your lease then. He will. And so I said, okay, fine. All right, we'll do it again. I'll take more time off work. And so I cleaned the entire apartment. And today they were supposed to spray, and they said he was sleeping when they came by. I don't know how they knew he was sleeping. I'm certain how they would tell if he was sleeping or dead or injured or in the bathroom. I do not know. They said he was sleeping, and they didn't spray. And I don't know what else that entails, but I'm wondering, he's 91. And I wonder if he was in a wheelchair, had to attach his artificial leg, or was somebody else who had a wheelchair.
Well, who knows? How did your dad hear them ringing?
I don't know. He's hard of hearing. He's 91. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they knew he was sleeping. Did they open the door and he said,
Julie, can you make an appointment so there's a very specific time he can watch out for them?
They come between 8 and 4.
Gosh, that's as close as they can get it.
I tried to call my own exterminator because we're fine. I could afford to have an exterminator come. It's not that big of a deal. And they said I'd break the lease if I did that.
What? You offered to do it yourself?
Yes.
That's ridiculous. When are they going to come around again?
Next Friday between 8 and 4. I mean, I don't want to sit in an apartment building between 8 and 4. Or maybe they come at 9 and I could leave at 9:30. I mean, who knows? Listen, what I would do, if it was me, I'm just going to tell you what I would do. I would just go with my exterminator, not tell anybody. I would just do it. I mean, what's the big deal? They do it. They're spraying it. How could you break it by spraying it? Where does it say that in the lease? Look at the lease. I mean, there's no answer to this. Will they come back? Will they come back and make a special trip, did you ask? No, they said if he doesn't comply next time, he'll be in lease violation, and I don't know what that means.
Well, he didn't come to the door apparently. Do you think they're lying about that? I mean, I don't think they would lie about it. If they're out spraying, it's not like they want to skip somebody. Perhaps he did not hear them. And really, Julie, I know this is sensitive, but it's not their problem if he didn't come to the door either. I mean, if that's the truth, it's not their problem. He has to come and let them in. Unless you just take him on Friday and say, look, go in there anytime you want. He's not going to be home.
His door's unlocked. His door is unlocked all the time. He never.
Well, I understand that, but without permission, they're not going to enter. So
normally he's not in. He wasn't even in there last time, and they went in and sprayed. He wasn't even there, as far as I know.
Why do you think they didn't spray, Julie? What do you think it is?
Today, because they sent me an email that said they didn't spray today because they said he was sleeping.
No, but what do you think apparently you don't believe that. So what do you think the reason is? You said they entered before.
I believe that that's what happened. But my problem is they knocked on the door and somehow, I don't know how they knew he was sleeping.
Maybe they just assumed he was sleeping because they saw him later and they know he's not dead. I can't tell you why they thought that, but here's what I would do. If you can afford your own exterminator, I would have my guy go out there. How are they going to know? How's anyone going to know? If the guy goes out there, walks in, you don't have to make a big show of it. I would do it. I would do it. And I would like to know why they say it breaks the lease. That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. I'm sorry you're having this hard time, but the only other thing we can add, if you want, and you can tell Daphne, is we can call them and say, look, leave these, can you make an appointment to come back when he knows you're going to be there? He's 92 years old. They're going to say that's not our problem. If they do, that's true. But we can call if you want us to. Mark says he wants to talk about American Family Insurance. Diego wants to talk about a plumbing company installing a furnace incorrectly. And we'll talk about all of that coming right up.
Sorry, Tom, I don't know what happened there.
Can I do Rocky Mountain Retro first?
While you do your part to beat coronavirus,
how much time? How much time we have?
Okay, never mind.
45 minutes.
I mean, I can do it, but is he waiting to do it right now? All right, never mind.
Yours coming like 30 seconds after.
All right.
Okay, I spoke to the manager of Church Ranch. Here's his position. The force majeure on the contract says that if the wedding is canceled, they agree to postpone it to the next available date. He said their wedding is scheduled for the 26th. Says on May 27th, the governor is going to come out with new policies as far as weddings, and so he said they can't.
You're going to come on and tell us all this, but okay.
Okay, but I told him we wouldn't go on the air and make. But I'll say that.
Well, that's only good we're going on.
Right,
we're helping.
Yeah, and he said I'm going to call him back on May 27th, and we'll find out if they can have the wedding as planned.
Okay, but I want to do that on the air. It's
okay,
only fair. It's only fair we do that.
Trip charge. Now, if you're outside the Denver Metro, they'll still come your way for a very small fee. In fact, less than what any of the competition charges. 720-434-3406. Master Rooter Plumbing. These are the guys if you need a plumber. 720.
Dan, did we get a copy of the contract?
3406 or check them out.
Were they going to send it? I thought, you're right, they were. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Don't see it.
Gotcha.
50% off and enjoy complimentary design services and the lowest prices from designer brands like Kitchen Lighting. Urban Lights is following the recommended CDC guidelines, and your safety is their top priority. Experience the incredible show. 10 seconds, here we go. Stop by right now off Santa Fe in Mississippi or online at urbanlightsdenver.com. The 50% off Memorial Day sale is on now at Urban Lights.
We can all agree that an energy-efficient home pays off in both hot and cold weather. So Rocky Mountain Retro Foam is offering a low-cost whole house energy audit for just $175 now. That's after your XL rebate, just $175. You can call for that at 720-676-6333. They will pinpoint wasteful areas with scientific accuracy because of the blower door test and thermal imaging. Once you find this out, they will give you options to improve your energy efficiency. Some of them do it yourself, others low cost. And then they'll also offer Rocky Mountain Retro Foam, which fills every nook and cranny. After an energy audit, you then qualify for additional rebates and credits to pay for Retro Foam. Find out more and look at the video at foamyourwalls.com. Foamyourwalls.com or 720-676-6333.
Memorial Day sale for
Sorry, Mark.
Acres of Ford
That's all right, I got it.
Explorers.
You want all the black? Look at, here's the one I got.
Up to 14,000 off.
I got black and white.
2019 Ford F-150.
Want the same one?
Hey,
I got black.
Hey, Mark, are you up at that internment camp for the weekend?
oh, what happened?
Hey, Mark,
Cabins.
are you in one of those cabins?
You know what? I might splurge and buy a wagon.
Are there a lot of Japanese people there?
Yes, they're everywhere.
Hey, in those wagons, do they rent horses to pull them around?
Yes, they do.
Hey, is Suzanne there?
Wait, I see George Takei.
Is Suzanne there?
She's right next to me.
Tell her, well, Suzanne, you there?
Yeah, hey Ken, how are you?
Hey, you never called me about that wheelchair thing.
Oh shoot, let me put it on my calendar for Monday.
Yeah, good. Anytime next week is good.
You mean Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, right.
All right, listen. We'll talk to you then.
Hey, Doc.
Yes.
You want to bet if the bar closed up in the Ameristar? I know it closed now. It's not open right now. Would you like to bet on that?
I just went up there for a drink last night.
Oh, okay. When do you think they'll open back up? You know people up there. When are they going to open?
I think it's going to depend on what the governor says.
Right, exactly.
And it's also, what's going to make it...
Bars, restaurants, everybody's got to simply map out a plan, whatever they're going to do, then it either gets rejected or accepted.
Well, I think that the problem is, they can do, I think they'll do what Vegas is doing with alternate slot machines to keep people apart. So that's the main, I don't know what they can do about table games because, if you're at a poker table, you can't be 6 feet apart. You can only have 4 people and they're not going to have poker games with 4 people, and I'm not sure what they can do about craps and roulette down there because, at the craps table, everybody's gathered together screaming and yelling. That's part of the appeal of craps. So, they may open on a limited basis with just the slot machines.
Well, if everybody has masks.
It's not going to be social distancing.
No.
You can't keep 6 feet apart at a craps table.
Well, you'd have like 4 people there.
Yeah, but I think they'll probably open limited with
with poker, you'd never get 4 people. Who the fuck would want to pay a rake with 4 people?
Well, right. That's what I'm saying. the poker games won't go until it's totally lifted.
Yeah.
You just have a great big table.
Tom, when they spray for bed bugs, what do they spray? Just the upholstery? Because it's not like roaches.
I think they spray. I think they spray the bedroom and all the nooks and crannies in the mattress and behind. If you have a picture frame, they go behind any little nooks and crannies. That's.
Do they climb walls?
Bed bugs would go in here.
Right.
They look for. They don't know. They don't do flat surfaces or any. They don't just go around the house. No.
Right. So it's just be in the bedroom.
And they go to baseboard cracks and
stuff.
stuff.
They do.
Yes.
Okay.
But yes, because they tend to hide in there, not just on theft.
I thought it was mostly in
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303.
8255. We love your calls. Keep them coming. We will help as much as we can. Let's talk to Natalie. She wants to thank us for some help. Tell us what's going on, Natalie. Bring us up to date. You called originally. What was the original problem?
The original problem is that my husband's been getting the runaround. He needs to have hip surgery. He's in crippling pain, and we just kept getting the runaround from all angles of it, from TRICARE to the facility to this to that.
Yeah.
Not a straight answer.
Right.
So,
for the surgery, right? For the surgery.
Yes, for the surgery. So, Mr. Tom Martino, you are truly a lifesaver, and I want to thank you.
Our staff, our staff is wonderful, and yes, it's great. Deputy Doc worked on us. Tell us what happened.
Surgery is scheduled June 3rd.
Yay! That's great news, Deb. Thank you, Deputy Doc. Yes, you know what? This is a wonderful thing to have this show, to be able to coordinate this for 40 years, and having people like Deputy Doc go to work, and Deputy Deb, and Major Mark Major, Deputy Dan, Deputy Clint, and Deputy Slim. They've been absent lately. I hope they're healthy.
Hey, thanks. You made my day.
Yeah, but you know what? Really, we do love counting this, and see, this is what goes on our barometer on how we help. So thank you. And this was one phone call to this show. Mark, what's going on with you, Mark? Welcome to the show. You want to talk about your insurance? What's happening?
We have extended benefits through American Family Insurance that was granted through the 19th District Boulder District Court.
No, hold on, Mark. You got to back up. I don't understand. You have an issue. Is it your policy you're talking about, American Family?
Yes.
Okay, and was this as a result of an accident?
I was involved in an accident, yes.
Okay, and because normally when you're involved in an accident, your insurance company does not pay you personal injury. They only pay you personal injury if the other party was uninsured or underinsured. So was that the case?
Yes.
Okay. So you went to your own insurance to reimburse you for personal injury because the other party was either underinsured or non-insured. And what happened?
Me and Frank took it to court, and we wound up losing.
You took your own insurance company to court?
I sure did. Sure did.
That was called bad faith. You took them for bad faith?
Yeah, I'm pretty much sure that's what it was, because they didn't pay. They drug me along for 3 years. For 3 years on my PIP, paid some of my medications, my chiropractor, and they didn't pay for my MRI, which was the big bill, $10.
Well, hold on. That's a whole different issue. I'm confused. I don't know if it was your personal injury or if it was your med pay, but whatever it was, it doesn't matter. You took them to court. Did you have an attorney?
Frank Azar.
Okay, and what was the result?
The first time or the second time around, because the second time around we lost. The first time we lost, and it was because they denied everybody. And there was a class civil action suit in 2006 that I fell into the class from 1996 to 2001 when they never paid out.
And what did you do?
Me and Frank went back to court. We worked on this case for 6 years.
And what happened?
We lost the cash end of it. It went from a $50,000 thing. We were going for $850,000. The judge would have granted me that money, but it was over a couple of years old, so he didn't. But he instead, being I had top of the line insurance and paid and kept my premiums up, that he granted me extended lifetime benefits for health through American Family Insurance, and now they're denying me.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. You went back to court after this class action, and you got a judgment for lifetime health due to this accident or anything to do with health?
No, due to my back, and that's the only issue I have.
Okay, now Mark, if you used Mark, if you used Frank Azar to get this judgment, how was he paid if you didn't get a cash settlement? How was he paid?
We never got paid.
I understand that. So he was never compensated.
It was called contingency. And now he does not want to look at my file because it's over 3,000 pages and over 2 DVDs, 2 CDs.
Well,
medical.
Well, Mark, he got you this judgment. I mean, don't say he doesn't want to help. He got you this judgment. But are you saying he didn't get paid anything? Because contingency is based on the cash you get. If you did not get any cash, you didn't get any cash, he didn't get any money.
Right. That's not my point. My point is I need my extended benefits that were granted to me by the judge.
Right. Well, and you're telling me that Frank Azar will not go for contempt of court?
No, because because they made no money on it. They're fucking me over.
Okay, get him off. Mark,
kill it.
You got to get the delay ants. Did you get it?
Yeah,
all right.
I got him. He's gone.
Listen, you don't have to hang up on him. I just can't have him on right now.
I just lowered his volume.
All right, now, Mark, listen. The reason we took you off is you swear. You can't swear here. On the air.
Why wouldn't he hire a bad faith attorney and then just simply go after him? Because this would be another case of bad faith.
This is contempt of court. This is contempt of court. And he's saying that the Azar law firm will not go back and enforce the judgment. I want to know from John Fuller what personal injury attorneys do when there is no cash settlement, and how do they enforce these court orders. I would like to ask John Fuller. Now listen, Mark, if we can't get John to come on in a timely manner to answer this, we'll get him on tomorrow with you. On Monday or Tuesday. This is really, really important. And I don't want to I don't want you to get screwed over again. So I don't want you to simply go away. We will get you an answer. You deserve an answer for that. What, John?
Before we forget, I just want to give a shout out to Paula Frun, who's the...
All right, we're taking a break. We'll come back with it.
Yeah, she's the one who usually helps. I just want to... She deserves a shout out. Let's do that.
All right.
I made one call to her and she took care of it.
Hey, Tom.
Yo! Yeah.
So, you just confused the shit out of me.
What?
So if it's not a cash settlement, if the settlement is gold, they don't, the fucking attorneys fuck? If the settlement's property? I mean, I guess I never really thought of that.
I don't know is the answer. I don't know.
So we're getting John on there.
We got to ask. No, they get paid on cash awards, but I don't know what happens when the judge says you get a lifetime. I don't, of coverage. What the hell does that mean to Frank Azar?
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I know, that's weird. I've never heard of a judge giving someone free health insurance forever. That's really fucking
Well, he didn't give free health. What he told him was they have to pay on it, on that back injury from the accident for life.
Oh, just that.
Yeah. Gotcha, guys. Gotcha.
Oh, man, that is weird. Yeah, then how would the attorney...
Let's talk about Steam Pro. Steam Pro's special offer is 3 rooms for $89. That's amazing. And they have highly, it's 230 degree water, okay? It cleans and kills germs naturally. Superheated water, and they use 100% green products in your home. They can do upholstery, tile floors, countertops, and showers as well. Steam Pro is the one to call. SteamProInc.com, 303-795-2222, 795-2222. Art of Granite, Niche Floria, open for business. And you can get countertops in just 2 weeks, natural stone of any kind. You can get granite, you can get quartz, you can get other kinds of solid surfaces. All you need to do is call them. They'll come out, tear out and haul away free, do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. From the time you order materials, it'll just be 2 weeks, and you can get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. The entire Front Range and mountain communities are served. He's a direct stone importer. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919.
Are you there, Mark?
Yeah.
Did you want Joe Lazera on Tuesday? Was that what you wanted that for?
Yeah, on
Mark.
this one, wait a minute, John Fuller for this one.
Yeah, Fuller.
Well, if we can get him on now, let's get him on for Mark. Otherwise, we'll take him on Tuesday.
Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And check out T-Mobile's Toss Your Cap Challenge on TikTok.
Although coronavirus is a catastrophe different than most, Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance is holding to its promise and mission. Committed to service in these times of need, Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance donated $100,000 to Feeding Colorado, a network of food banks serving all of Colorado. Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance
Are you there, Mark?
is applying a premium credit to all private passenger vehicles they insure and helping their customers maintain their insurance coverage. To learn more, visit cfbinsurance.com. Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance Company. Real service, real people.
With Pergo Extreme Rigid Flooring, high performance runs deep. Deeper visuals, deeper protection, deeper warranty. Pergo Extreme offers unmatched durability with authentic designs and a guarantee you expect from a high performance floor. The superior wear layer offers the best protection against everyday wear and tear. And
What's up?
Hey. Well, you've never heard about attorneys or being awarded that? What about that attorney?
I'll tell you what. I sued this one guy. My attorney wanted to do this $80,000 settlement. I said, fuck that. I settled for free coffee for life.
Well, what about if the guy had to be a butler?
No, that's what Kramer got, right?
That's right. He was awarded my butler. You know, they should have actually done an episode about that.
I know. Well, they did that fake episode.
See?
Yeah, they did the fake episode, but man,
Do they know they can't keep the money under forced New York?
Well, what he's saying is that the contract the kids
Oh, of
signed
course that is.
said that if they can't do that thing,
It's a
they
sign.
agree to a mutually about
Who's calling on bed bugs? Did she want us to call on bed bugs?
Johnny.
There's no Samaritan. You don't have to be a good Samaritan.
All right, listen. The bed bug issue is Brothers Management. Here, B Brothers Management or Brothers Management. Do you see it on there on the chat? It's Brothers. They're the ones with the bed bugs, and we're wondering, with a 92-year-old man, they knocked on the door. He didn't come to the door. Blah blah blah.
Higher sex drive, improved sleep patterns, and more. Plus, the treatments are highly effective for most men.
What did George want to name his first kid?
And most of our
7.
patients can administer their testosterone therapy.
George.
Therapeutic practice, the Rocky Mountain Men's
What did he give the other lady to sign?
not located in hospitals, and you'll be taken to a treatment
Coke. No, wait. Pepsi, Coke.
Soda.
Soda.
Your initial appointment is only $99 with results in minutes. And if you
I wonder if there's there is a kid out there named Pepsi. We knew a kid named Jack Daniels. Can you believe that?
Well, his last name was Daniels,
Well,
right?
I had a buddy named Johnny Walker.
His name was Jack Daniels.
Who drank it.
Doc has a buddy named Johnny.
Jackson Daniels Smith. Jack Daniels Smith.
Oh, okay.
Mark, I have a buddy named Johnny Walker who drank it. Seriously, he drank it like it was water. He put away more.
More Johnny Walker.
He thought he had to. Take it now or not?
He thought he had to.
Oh.
This is Dave Logan from the law offices of Dan Campbell.
That was a $40 win, that one.
All right, 10 seconds.
Horses again?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here, they're playing the ponies, man. Just a couple. I like Tampa Bay. That last one was Santa Anita.
Didn't you?
Talk 303-713-8255. So we're going to get John Fuller on later on for that guy so we can figure out what his attorney should do for him in a personal injury case and what happens in a personal injury case when something is awarded other than cash. Like the judge said, he needs to get lifetime treatment of his back injury from that accident. Diego says he has a plumbing a company installed the furnace wrong. What happened, Diego?
A long story. I'm going to try and shorten it.
Sure.
Super simple, but basically I purchased a home with the new furnace installed.
Yes.
And so during the inspection, my inspector discovered that it wasn't in the correct configuration.
Okay.
As part of the resolution, the homeowners at the time got a secondary HVAC company to come take a look at it because the original company, was closed because of COVID.
No, wait a minute. So you bought this house new?
It was built in 79, but...
Well, okay, yeah. Well then, hold on. The furnace was installed wrong. Did you have the furnace put in, or did the previous owner?
The previous owner, the furnace was installed in November of 2019, so it's a new furnace.
I understand that, but November, when did you buy it?
What do you call it? April 24th.
Okay, I just need to tell you something real quick so you don't get mad. They don't have an obligation to you, the people that installed that wrong.
Okay.
Just so you know, I just don't want you to think they do. They do not have an obligation to you.
Unless they had a transferable warranty.
Well, okay. Was there a transferable warranty, which 99% of the time they don't do on appliances? Was there one, Diego?
Yes. Yes.
You had a transferable on what furnace?
It's an Amana, like 80%.
Who told you it was transferable?
The company, the original company who installed it.
And did they give it to you in writing?
No, they did not.
Diego, I don't know how to tell you. They're not transferable. They're just not. I have never heard of a furnace warranty transferable, but maybe this one is.
I don't even think that's his issue, though. I think what he's saying is he called them to come out. They wouldn't come out because of COVID. Then what?
So basically, they installed it in the wrong configuration. They came out here to take a look at it. They wouldn't talk to me until I showed them the inspection report. And sorry, I forgot to mention so as part of the resolution, a secondary HVAC company pretty much said it should continue to work. So obviously I bought the house. So then fast forward, I was doing some other work and I had another contractor tell me, hey, this current configuration is going to damage the furnace. If you keep it like this, keep running your AC. So here I called back again the original company who installed it. And they tell me that I need to pay for a new AC system in order for them to fix the configuration because of, it's an old R22 system. And
I get it. So they never installed the AC system. They installed the furnace, right?
Right.
Okay, and what they wanted to do is they wanted to keep the same configuration so they didn't have to give you a new AC, or not you, but the previous owner. So the previous owner cheaped out. Listen, man, all I'm saying is this. If you have to get a new AC system, unless they're lying, are they lying? Can you realign that furnace? Right now it's horizontal, it's supposed to be vertical, or is it the other way around?
No, so essentially, no, what's going on is that the evaporator coil is before the furnace. And that essentially is going to cause the furnace to rust out every time I run the AC.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. In order to do it, when they first did it, in order for them to do it correctly, would they have had to replace the air conditioner?
Technically, no. They didn't. They don't. Because they would just essentially have to move some pipes around, put the evaporator coil after the furnace.
Okay, Diego. Then hold on. Diego, there's two answers. If they have a warranty in your name, like you said it was transferred, have them do it under warranty. If they don't have it under warranty, then you have to pay to have it done. This is something that the seller did to you. This company may have done it wrong, and they might be a schlock company. I don't like the company for doing it, but they don't owe it to you. I don't even know. You bought a house. You bought a house that was built years and years ago, and even though it's a new furnace, unless you specifically got a warranty in your name, it's not going to be covered. In fact, the installation isn't covered anyway because Amana won't warranty that with a wrong installation. It's the previous company that's at fault here, not Amana. The warranties come from Amana. Now, if that installer says that they warranty the installation for life and it's transferred to every subsequent owner, then show me that in writing and we'll go after them. I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but what I'm trying to tell you is the truth. You need to get someone to do this right. You bought a house with a defect. They don't owe it to you. Do you have an installation warranty from, is it the name of the company, Plum Pros?
Yeah.
Do you have an installation warranty from Plum Pros that was transferred to you?
So, I don't know about the transfer part, but I do have the original receipt that says it's a 5-year warranty on parts and labor from the original homeowners.
Does it say anything about... okay. And is it made out to them? Is their name on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, my name's not on it, no.
Diego, do you understand what I'm trying to do? I'm not trying to make you not get this fixed, but what good is lying to you, man? I could stay on the air and say, oh, yeah, let's go after these clowns. They owe it to you. If they installed that the wrong way, the previous owner should have kicked their ass, but they didn't. They let it go and they sold the house. You bought a house with a defect. If I bought a house with something that, if somebody installed carpeting wrong in the home and I bought it, and that carpet had to be reinstalled, I don't have a right to go after the previous owner or the previous installer of that carpet unless that carpet was under warranty to me, the new buyer. Listen, it's really easy. Find out exactly what needs to be done to get it fixed and get an estimate. Just do it. And then get it fixed. I mean, are you trying to get them to pay for the fix right now? Will they do it voluntarily, maybe? Will Plum Pros fix it?
Do it? Yeah, they'll do it. I don't want them to do it just based on the work that they've done already. I've had to fix some of their other issues.
So hold on, but they are willing to do it?
If I pay for them to do it.
Oh, no, you don't want to do that. How much do they want you to pay?
Approximately $5,000.
Oh, because it's
adding an AC.
It's a new AC. Let me ask you something. How old is that AC?
It's probably the original one.
Since when?
79, I would assume.
Well, that AC's on its last leg. So what do you want to pay someone to reconfigure that AC to fit this furnace, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How much is that going to cost? Do you know?
Well, around the same. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. How can it be the same? You're saying one company can reconfigure it for $5,000, but you don't get a new AC. And you're telling me Plum Pros can reconfigure it and put a new AC in for $5,000.
No, sorry. Like any company, that's the going price for a new AC installation.
A new AC and a reconfigured going price.
I guess I should just do this. Diego, what do you think, without listening to what I said, what do you think they should, what do you think is your right now? What are you expecting? Just tell me, because I got to see what you're thinking. I'm not sure what you're thinking. Go ahead.
Right. So I personally would like them to essentially add the new piping and get the old refrigerant in, which they can do. They just refuse to do that because it comes around to being the same price as installing a new unit, because they don't, the R22 refrigerant isn't.
Diego, in other words, you want them to do the repairs and keep your old AC free, right?
Well, I would prefer the new system, but if they're not going to do the new system, obviously at no cost to me, then it seems more logical for me to just go with the old system and wait until that breaks.
Okay.
It works fine.
But the old system, right now and go until it breaks, it's going to cost to fix that. Why do you think that company owes you that repair free? They never warranted that repair to you.
No, I agree with you.
But here's what I would do. Okay, Diego, hold on. I promise you, I'm going to give you something, a last-ditch effort. Let's try something. Hold on.
Clear. You got the Simply Floors coming up about a minute.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Northbound I-25
Mark,
running heavy between Santa Fe.
do you think he would get any hope in small claims court against that company?
Is sluggish. We're seeing some volume flowing on 278 into Commerce City and C470 westbound flow between.
But that's an installation warranty, man. They're hardly ever given, let alone transferred.
About a mile south of Sedalia. Not only that, we don't know if the homeowner agreed to have it done that way or wanted it done that way. In the low 80s, we'll cool off to the mid-50s overnight tonight. Partly cloudy tomorrow for your Saturday with a high in the low 80s. It's 79 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
All right, Tom, you got 15 seconds, Simply Floors short.
Time to get to know Express Employees.
You ready?
Yeah.
Visit ExpressPros.com to find one of over 830 locations to help support your workforce needs.
I love talking about Simply Floors Inc.com. That's Buddy and Karen Mitchell, basically. It's at 52nd and Ward. Now, they can come to your home with all of the latest floor covering styles, and they can do it safely without getting close to you, wearing face masks and all of that. They have all of the latest flooring. They have waterproof carpeting. They have waterproof LVT. They have stone. They have vinyl. They have all kinds of stuff. Wood, engineered wood. They have straight, solid wood. 303-456-4660. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
These days, business means navigating uncertainty in a constantly changing situation. So if you're looking for one trusted source that will keep you informed daily, visit the iHeartRadio Small Business Crisis Resource. There you'll find small business resources to help you get through this, including the latest info on loans, grants, and other forms of
You got the kids this weekend, Tom?
stories about small businesses making a difference.
Yeah.
Let's get through this together. Visit iHeart.com.
It's a long weekend.
That's iHeart.com.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that part of it. They may have to do something at home.
Sale for the history books. Enjoy discounts up to $19,400 off MSRP on select.
What are you doing for the weekend, Doc?
0% APR
Golf.
financing for
Just golf and poker and relaxing.
for 120 days.
I have so much stuff, so much data entry to do. It's going to take hours.
Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Midfit is out to break all records. Act now, and you will save thousands.
Well, I'll probably just play on,
Memorial Day
so what was your score? Oh, I played terrible. I shot in the 90s. Can you putt now in actual cup? Yeah. Okay. They have a thing that's terrible in the 90s? Yeah. It's good for you.
Stock number CD7030T, MSRP 92,715 plus tax, title, and fees. Price includes $699 DNH, Cadillac bonus cash, Cadillac.
How much did you lose to your son? $20.
2006 GMC.
20 bucks.
0% offer on select Ford trucks. Must finance through Ford Credit with approved credit.
See, you taking it out of his inheritance. He knows it.
Pays off in both hot and cold weather. And now Rocky Mountain Retrofoam is offering low-cost home energy audits for just $175 after your XL rebate. You'll get a complete audit including blower.
Did they get John Fuller and he just couldn't stay, or what? John Fuller, I thought, was on the line, but
Then presents you with do-it-yourself tips and other options that will straight out save you money, like their incredible injection foam, cutting some energy bills in half. Plus other benefits like soundproofing and insect control, not to mention fire resistance. Get your $175 home energy audit today. 720-676-6333. 720-676-6333. Or watch this incredible foam in action. FoamYourWalls.com. That's foamyourwalls.com. You'll be amazed. Or 720-676-6333. Just $175 to save you thousands in the future. 720-676-6333.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. We know standing in is a little easier when you can grill out. That's why Ace will help you get a great grill for your family from the best brands like Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Weber.
Hey Tom, when you first started doing radio, did you find it disconcerting to hear what you sounded like compared to what you think you sound like? It's really interesting, isn't it? How we sound differently than we hear.
Yeah, usually. Well, I hated it. Same like TV. Seeing myself on TV.
No, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong.
I used to think I was better looking. Well, we all think that.
Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at Marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the three largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Yeah, this Memorial Day sneaked up. Not only is it different, you know, it's like a week earlier than normal. Oh, right.
Well, now you can. This is Ross Kaminsky from my
Well, the older we get, you know, the faster time goes. But it's,
mortgage insurance, lower your rate.
I mean, it really is. It's supposed to be the very end of May.
Right.
You know, and this one here.
It feels like it's the third week in May.
Right.
It is a custom loan. You choose the term based on your budget, and they'll find the most competitive rate and the most affordable payment. It's just a
You know what?
start, and their mortgage consultants will walk you through the process.
We're just saying Memorial Day sneaked up on us. Snuck up on
You
us.
may be able to postpone one or even
It's
two
been such a weird year.
No, not just because of that, because it came really a week early.
Yeah, it's usually like the 31st.
It's usually at the very end. And see, it's next weekend. What?
It's this weekend.
Because the Monday falls on June 1st.
Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Kaplis in the afternoon.
And it's the last. Right. No, it's not like Easter.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, Diego, this is what I think I would do. If I were in your position, I truly don't think the plum pros have an obligation to you.
But I think I would go after it as a false inducement or non-disclosure, non-full disclosure from the sellers. I would go after the sellers saying that they falsely led me to believe that I had a new furnace with a 5-year warranty, and now I need all this repair done, and it's not covered. That's what I would do. I would sue them in small claims court for the cost of repair for this screwed up furnace, and hope that they settle with you. Because the only one I can think of, if anyone did you wrong, it's the previous homeowner. Because they did not care enough. For all we know, they were told they need to do a whole bunch of stuff to get a new furnace. They have to replace the AC too, and they could have said, just do it the way it is. Just do it as cheaply as you can. I don't know if they did, but it's really the only hope you have. If you're looking for a bad guy, and it sounds like you are, you want a bad guy, right? You want someone who's going to owe you the money for this, and you should go after them. It's not going to cost you a lot of. It's not going to cost you a lot of money. What?
Currently, it's not in. It's not up to code in this current configuration, which is why I'm going after the contractor. And secondly, I was thinking about the small claims court. How would you do that if they moved out of state?
Yeah, that's going to be rough. That's going to be rough. And here's the other thing: you're going after the contractor because it's not up to code. Good luck. I mean, maybe they might. Who knows? The building department might make them fix it. Who knows? But they don't have an obligation to you. You can call the building department and get them to enforce it. But if you try to go to court based on that, you're going to... Diego, somebody's got to be telling you this. The obligation stops when that house is sold. They didn't contract with you to do it. They didn't contract with you to do it up to code. They didn't contract with you to do anything.
You should have negotiated it in the price of the house and not had them do it.
Yeah, but that's...
Oh, it was there when he got there. It wasn't even part of the deal. Hey, Rusty, I don't know if you can say this in a minute, but what were you going to say about military flyovers, Rusty?
We only have a few more minutes. We only have a few more minutes left, so I'm going to get this out right now. I'm no sheep. I'm talking American, not sheep. I'm not going to stand outside, mouth open, head up, looking at these military flyovers while they spread more COVID on America. I don't think so. I'm not a...
Okay.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 6:30.
Because he's not going to. He's saying they're spreading the COVID with your mouth open, looking up at the military
Was
flyovers.
he kidding, or was he not?
He didn't sound like he was kidding to me. Great job, guys.
All right, everybody, have a great weekend. I got a bunch of follow-ups I'll take care of. See if we can get things straightened out. I'll call on those bed bugs.
Okay.
You definitely want someone to call on the bed bugs.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see that and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
One man.